So Farah, Nima's just written in the chat. So whoever wants to go on first, I'll add whoever's there. So Farah's on first. I'll mute myself, and Farah, I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Great, thanks everyone. So I'll just share my screen. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. Thanks everyone. I'm Farah Hussain. I'm a PhD student at Queen Mary, University of London. And my paper today is based on one of my thesis chapters, which deals with, for want of a better term, liberation organisations in the Labour Party. This chapter isn't quite complete yet. I'm still carrying out my research interviews, so bear with me. I won't have any concrete findings, but I do have some initial findings to share with you. As I will explain, my PhD centres the experience of Muslim women in the Labour Party using intersectionality as my theoretical framework. And I approach this topic of liberation organisations by examining how intersectional these organisations are and how effective they are at supporting their members who have multiple identities, namely Muslim women. In order to explain how this chapter fits into the wider project, I'll first briefly introduce my PhD topic. Next, I will discuss what intersectionality tells us about ethnic minority women's position in society. I'll introduce what liberation organisations are and explain how they fit into the way that the Labour Party works. There was a democracy review in 2018, which had a wide range of recommendations, some of which dealt with liberation organisations, and I'll discuss what these recommendations mean for the future of these organisations in the party. Using data from interviews and other research that I've done, I discuss how intersectional these organisations really are. Lastly, I'll provide a few potential answers, but probably a lot more questions, to the big question of my PhD: what next for Muslim women in the Labour Party? In early 2016, an episode of Newsnight was aired, which had a segment on Muslim women's experiences in the Labour Party. Fawzia Parveen spoke of a smear campaign used against her during a local government selection contest. Muslim men in her local Labour Party had turned up to her parents' home and intimidated her mother to stop Parveen from standing for selection. They claimed that she was having an affair with another councillor. Shazia Bashir, a party member in Peterborough, spoke of how Muslim men in her local Labour Party made her step aside in a selection process because, despite being 31 years old, she didn't have her father's consent and support to stand. These women were supported by the Muslim Women's Network, an organisation which helps to run a helpline and supports women across different areas of their lives. These women and MWN mention biradari as an issue in some local Labour parties. Biradari, meaning brotherhood in Urdu and Punjabi, are networks of mainly older, well-connected Pakistani men who support each other in their endeavours, including in the Labour Party. Women are excluded from these groups and are therefore often at a disadvantage when it comes to selection processes. What really piqued my interest in this issue is that the Labour Party responded by issuing a weak statement claiming that its processes are fair, democratic and robust, and that it was committed to making sure that candidates are representative of the communities that they seek to represent. The party didn't acknowledge these women's specific concerns and experiences. Soon the issue was forgotten, the press moved on, and nothing was done to support Muslim women who face this kind of discrimination from Muslim men within the party. But that doesn't mean that this issue has gone away. I'm myself a Labour local councillor and a Muslim woman, and I know that the issues that these women discussed in 2016 haven't completely disappeared. In fact, the Labour Party Democracy Review that I mentioned earlier on mentioned Muslim women's specific problems with Muslim men and said that the party should do something about this issue, but didn't make any clear recommendations on how it should do so. So when I started my PhD, I really wanted to find out why Muslim women face discrimination of this kind, what prevents the party from taking robust action, and who Muslim women's allies are, and why aren't they doing more? And that's where liberation organisations come in. The theoretical framework I'm using to explore these issues is intersectionality, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with the theory, but I'll explain it quite briefly here. Intersectionality as a theory centres the experience of Black women in its analysis and views their lives as unique and valuable in the study of power structure in society. Kimberly Crenshaw uses intersectionality to illustrate the social positioning of Black women in US society and how their lived experience cannot be explained by simply adding together the experience of white women and the experience of Black men. Instead, their lives can only be understood by analysing how gender and race interact with one another and shape their lived experiences. Using an intersectional framework gives us the tools to go beyond intergroup analysis and examine relationships and power structures within social groups. It allows us an understanding of people's multiple characteristics and how these can interact, reinforce, and complicate power dynamics within a group. An intersectional understanding allows us to question ideas of group homogeneity and interrogate social categorization of people. It isn't acceptable to take the most privileged group members' experiences and lives as the norm. Bell Hooks writes of how an understanding of intersectionality allows us to understand that feminism, which claims to speak for all women, but actually privileges white women, has only a partial understanding of patriarchy. Similarly, Patricia Hill Collins writes of how, although Black organisations, including civil rights organisations, claim to speak for all Black people, Black women have historically never held leadership positions within these organisations, and much of US Black thought has a prominent masculine bias. In such organisations, women are not only rendered secondary and invisible, but when they do begin to question their position, they face opposition and hostility from male members. This adverse reaction is often characterised by claims that by fighting gender inequality within Black spaces, Black women are acting in a way that is counterproductive to the wider struggle of Black power. The result is that Black women are forced to stay silent about the oppression they face from within their communities, for fear that negative stereotypes are strengthened and Black men who they are fighting alongside in the anti-racist struggle face further discrimination. Therefore, due to the relative privilege of their position, both white women and ethnic minority men are able to be both the oppressed and the oppressor. White women are oppressed by sexism and ethnic minority men face racism. However, both groups have power and privilege and use it over ethnic minority women. So an intersectional understanding of ethnic minority women's lives gives us a framework to analyse the workings of liberation organisations in the Labour Party. As you can see here, there are a number of these groups within the party. They cover a wide range of protected characteristics from the Equality Act 2010, but not all of them. When examining liberation organisations that are relevant to Muslim women, I concentrate on BAME Labour, Labour Women's Network, and the much newer Labour Muslim Network. Of course, these women may also be members of LGBT Labour or Disability Labour and so on. Frustratingly for me, there isn't much already written academically about these groups. I remember having a coffee with a colleague when I first started to write this chapter and told him how difficult I was finding it, and he did remind me how niche this topic is. So I've had to trawl through a lot of Labour-affiliated blogs and websites to get information on these groups. But I have used these to get a better understanding of how these organisations work. So women's organisations and organisations for ethnic minority people, they've been called different things over the years, have been viewed with suspicion from some sections of the Labour Party due to their supposed factional affiliations. This has characterised how seriously their demands have been taken by the leadership. Black sections, the precursor to BAME Labour, first appeared in local Labour parties in the 1980s. Members of the group would act as a caucus focused on ethnic minority members and work to ensure guaranteed representation of minority activists within the party structures, from local committees all the way up to the National Executive Committee, the NEC. The leadership of Black sections had connections with the far left of the party and was therefore viewed with suspicion by the Kinnock leadership. It was 1990 before the Labour Party formally established an internal organisation designed to represent ethnic minority members, the Black Socialist Society. In 1997, the society was guaranteed representation on the NEC as long as it met certain membership quotas. This was finally achieved in 2007 when Keith Vaz became the newly renamed BAME Labour representative on the NEC. Women have a long history of being involved in the Labour Party and organising themselves within party structures. During the 1970s, there was a pattern of feminist activists joining the Labour Party from the women's liberation movement. In 1980, the Labour Women's Action Committee was created by the left-wing organisation Campaign for Labour Party Democracy. Just as Black Sections activism was wrapped up in factional battles, so were their LWACs. Its 5 demands for improved women's representation were defeated at party conferences in 1982 and 1983. While these proposals were supported by constituency parties and members, they could not compete with the bloc vote of trade unions. Ultimately, LWAC and Black Sections were unsuccessful, as they were seen as too left-wing by the party leadership and establishment. Contrastingly, Labour Women's Network was founded in 1988 by 4 female members linked to the leadership of the party. It was much more successful than LWAC and is still active today. LWN, as it's called, was founded following the election of only 21 Labour women MPs in the 1987 general election. At the time, while there was no gender voting gap, there was a sense at Labour Party HQ that more needed to be done to target female voters. The party leadership thought that having more women in high-profile positions might help with its image as the party of men. There was also the opportunity that Neil Kinnock's plans to modernise the party provided these women. They were able to capitalise on this and make sure that this debate included better representation of women. The biggest achievement of LWN has been the implementation of all women shortlist, AWS, and the Labour Party and the subsequent increase in female representation in the Parliamentary Labour Party, which is now over 50% female. BAME Labour, on the other hand, has not been successful in persuading the Labour leadership to implement all BAME shortlists, although this is mentioned in the recent Democracy Review. This change would require a change in legislation, which, as we all know, Labour is not in a position to make until it wins a general election. In fact, many members of BAME Labour have complained about its ineffectiveness, its factionalism, and its opaque way of working. There have been a number of rival organisations set up by disaffected members, one of them being the Labour BAME Network. Both LWN and BAME Labour have occupied hybrid positions with the Labour Party structure. By that, I mean that they're both technically socialist societies and therefore separate organisationally from the Labour Party. However, they're not represented by the Socialist Society rep on Labour's NEC. They have had their own representatives. Therefore, while they have never been arms of the Labour Party, they have been given privileged positions compared to other liberation organisations. The Labour Party Democracy Review made recommendations to change this. Instead of relying on these organisations to represent BAME and women members, the party has decided to have its own BAME and female representatives on the NEC, thereby cutting out these middlemen. These representatives are brand new, they've only been in post a matter of months, and how this will affect the standing of BAME Labour and LWN remains to be seen. The Labour Muslim Network is a relatively new organisation that has made a big impact in the party. In 2020, it released its Islamophobia report, which surveyed Muslim members and supported the Labour Party about their experiences of Islamophobia in the party. It made recommendations to the leadership of the party, which have already been adopted. So it's had a really big impact. So there are a number of organisations that could or should theoretically represent Muslim women and pressure the Labour Party to take action to solve the problem of the discrimination that they face from Muslim men within the party. As I said, this paper is a work in progress, so I don't have concrete findings yet, but I do have some initial ones. So first of all, the organisations don't seem very intersectional. Labour Muslim Network didn't include any questions specifically related to Muslim women's experiences in the Labour Party in its survey of Muslim members, which is surprising considering that Islamophobia faced specifically by Muslim women has been quite an issue in the press. In fact, in the report, the only mention of Muslim women is in relation to Boris Johnson's comments. BAME Labour seems pretty defunct, you can tell by its website, and exemplified by the party's bypassing of it in the Democracy Review. It doesn't mention intersectionality in its website or literature at all. Interestingly, the new BAME representative on the NEC, Carol Saul, who was only elected this year, has made public declarations that acknowledge ethnic minority women's unique experiences, so things might get better. Labour Women's Network is interesting because it claims not to represent women members. This is despite sitting on the NEC for many years to do just that. It does say that it is intersectional, however, and it has hosted events highlighting BAME women's experiences in the Labour Party. So what do the women I've interviewed say? So far, none of the Muslim women I've interviewed have much faith in liberation organisations in the Labour Party. They don't believe that they will help them to raise their concerns to the party leadership about what they have experienced in their local parties. Some of the women are concerned that BAME Labour and Muslim Labour Network are male-led and hostile to what they see as airing dirty laundry in public. Other women, such as the woman I've quoted here, don't think that these organisations actually have any ability to speak for Muslim women, even if they wanted to. They have the reputation of factional tools without real power to change anything. So if the existing liberation organisations aren't willing or aren't able to assist Muslim women, what could they do? What could these women do to organise collectively to take action on the discrimination that they face? During my interviews with the women, I asked questions about who supports them when they face challenging behaviours. I thought that I might find evidence of informal support networks. In fact, there was very little evidence of this. It was really a bit annoying for me because it meant that my snowballing sampling method was out the window, but it also showed that these women are really left without support when they face challenging behaviour. There are so few Muslim women in the Labour Party, especially in elected positions, and they're spread across the country, but they just haven't made those connections between each other. The alternative is for the women to raise their issues within the existing liberation organisations or perhaps create their own. However, from the interviews that I've done, I don't see much appetite for this amongst the women. So maybe the answer to the question of Labour Party liberation organisations isn't about how relevant or how important they see Muslim women, but how important these organisations really are to the Labour Party. And the answer to that is it doesn't seem like very much. And that's it.
Thanks, Farah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm really sorry, everyone, for the technical difficulties. Thanks very much, Farah, for your presentation. So we'll move swiftly on to Jack Thompson and Stuart Turnbull-Ducart's presentation. So if you have any questions for Farah, please put them in the Q&A, but we'll take all the questions at the end. So.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jack.
Okay. And can you see my screen?
Can see your slides, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Am I okay to go?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yep, okay. So my paper that I've done with Stuart Turnbull-Ducart at Southampton, we're looking at how levels of political participation among individuals with LGBT identities, how that kind of differs across the urban-rural interface in the United States. So there's quite a lot of literature already on kind of the relationship between LGBT identity and political participation. Surprisingly, when we were kind of thinking about getting this paper together, we didn't really kind of find much quantitative stuff on kind of the importance of city residents, urbanicity in shaping queer activism. Again, kind of surprising if kind of thinking back to the city and the grassroots by Castells, there's kind of always been a long-standing recognition that urbanicity is very conducive to higher rates of political participation. Work by Phil Ayub as well draws an empirical link between the clustering of LGBT activism kind of within dense urban centres and a kind of linear relationship between higher rates of LGBT rights reforms in American cities. So kind of the purpose of this paper is to provide an in-depth analysis of how urbanicity shapes greater levels of queer political participation. So kind of drawing on the literature of LGBT political participation, research consistently demonstrates that individuals with LGBT identities have an equal and if not greater propensity than kind of individuals with heterosexual and cisgender identities to be active in the electoral and non-electoral political process. Kind of grounding our literature mainly in kind of rational self-interest and rational choice theory. The pathway to participation, kind of thinking of Downs and Olson, it reflects kind of utilitarian decision-making calculus of RCT. And again, kind of the main theory underpinning RCT is that utility maximizing voters will either cast their ballot for candidates or become active in the political process in order to increase their personal welfare. The kind of role of group self-interest in political participation tends to be strongest when policies that are proposed by kind of opposing candidates are understood to kind of have a substantive impact on the everyday life of the voter and kind of the group that shares a particular demographic characteristic with the voter. Kind of following this model, then we see that LGBT individuals become politically active in order to protect themselves from potential discrimination from cisgender straight individuals, to pursue reforms to existing anti-LGBT policies and to support policies that advance their own economic and social welfare. So next couple of slides, I'm just kind of going to give a brief overview of kind of how queer activism kind of varies across kind of urban, ex-urban, suburban context. So we'll kind of start kind of with large cities and queer activism. Quite a large literature on this idea of kind of great gay migration, particularly in the US. It's kind of defined by a large ex-urban, a large migration of LGBT individuals from ex-urban areas to kind of dense urban centres. And kind of as this migration happens, LGBT individuals find themselves better positioned to accumulate power resources. So kind of contrasting urban versus rural areas, you know, kind of better educational and occupational opportunities for individuals with LGBT identities in kind of urban areas, and especially kind of relative to these rural areas. Kind of following on from this, the various kind of incentives, whether it's economic, political, social, from kind of urban life and urban living, then engender greater opportunities for kind of individuals with LGBT identities to develop queer, visibly queer institutions, including political organizations. And again, kind of the main theoretical mechanism here is Tarrow's idea of critical mass theory, and intragroup contact engendering greater mobilization, kind of in the political process. And the idea is kind of, given the very close physical proximity of large numbers of LGBT individuals, this engenders greater chances for communication, fosters greater ideological development, group identity, and then by implication collective action. So kind of based on this kind of theoretical framework, there's kind of reason to think that kind of large city living is very conducive to greater queer activism. So now kind of turning to queer activisms in kind of ex-urban, suburban and small city areas. So kind of thinking in small cities, even though the kind of literature doesn't touch much on kind of queer activism in small cities, we kind of see there are kind of quite a lot of small cities that possess queer spaces, and these spaces are important because they function as subcultural amenities for LGBT individuals, and they do this by engendering and sustaining greater ties between LGBT individuals. And again, this facilitates greater opportunities for organizational development and LGBT events. So Gregor Mattinson, in his kind of ethnographic work, he's found that kind of gay bars in small cities are kind of really important sites for you know, kind of organizing pride marches and raising money for LGBT charities in kind of smaller cities throughout the US. When we kind of get outside small cities, this is when we start to see kind of urbanicity kind of place be associated with a lower propensity of participation. So LGBT individuals living in suburban areas kind of start to face a few barriers to participation. And this can include the unevenness of local resource landscapes, a lack of political opportunity structures, and kind of poor inter-organizational relations. And then kind of moving out to rural areas, we kind of find that rural areas, at least in theory, tend to be the least conducive areas to political participation for LGBT individuals. So kind of thinking about being kind of you know, kind of like visibly queer in a rural area, that's not really a viable pathway for, if you've got an LGBT identity, to kind of become politically active. And that's because kind of being openly LGBT in a rural community can lead to higher instances of discrimination and isolation. So kind of our three overall hypotheses. So number one, just kind of testing the relationship between LGBT identity and higher rates of political participation. Hypothesis number two, just looking at kind of how levels of participation among LGBT individuals vary along the urban-rural interface, and kind of using different measures of urbanicity, so kind of subjective and objective. And then hypothesis three, just kind of testing out our moderation effect and theory of intergroup mobilization, kind of looking at theorizing that kind of LGBT individuals living in metro areas with a high percentage of LGBT residents will exhibit higher rates of participation. So kind of linking that with Tarot's idea of kind of intergroup contact and that engendering greater opportunities to become politically active. So in terms of our data and methods, we leverage a very large sample from the cooperative election study from the 2020 election. A focal dependent measure is just a count variable based off kind of how many different non-electoral activities a given individual's participated in the last year. So again, quite a varied selection of kind of different political activities. Our key independent measure is just a binary measure of LGBT identity. It's a number, again, score of 1 if an individual's got an LGBT identity, and then cis straight for otherwise. Urbanicity, again, subjective and objective measures, and then we adjust for the effect of LGBT identity on racial and gender identity, age and age squared, and then immigration and citizenship status. So the results for hypothesis one, we consistently find that individuals with LGBT identities are kind of have a greater proclivity to engage in political activity. The effect of LGBT identity is significant as well, to the less than the 5%. It meets the 5% threshold of statistical significance. Given a mean participation index value in the sample of 0.167, a coefficient of 0.08 equates to a 47.9% change in the mean in political participation, and that's 35% of the standard deviation. Turning to look at the sexuality gap within kind of across the urban-rural continuum. So the first panel in this figure is just looking at subjective urbanicity. So this is just asking kind of CES respondents, would you say you live in a kind of urban-rural area? And we see that the gap between cis, straight, and LGBT individuals who report to live in cities is kind of significantly larger than the sexuality gap among those who live in the suburbs and rural areas. So that's kind of lending weight to kind of that claim that urbanicity is kind of engendering higher rates of political participation. And then turning to objective measures. So again, this is appended from we use an urban-rural classification system from the Economic Research Service, which is from the US Department of Agriculture, and kind of again we see a similar relationship using our objective measure of urbanicity. And again, we find that it tends to be largest in the metro areas that have 1 million plus residents, where we observe a smaller effect for residents in smaller metro areas. Kind of important to qualify, though, the magnitude of this divergence tends to be less in non-urban areas. But as you can see by the kind of quite large error bars, kind of quantifying this divergence becomes more difficult due to the small number of respondents who are kind of living in kind of very, very rural areas. And then finally, turning to our hypothesis of intragroup mobilization theory, we find that intragroup kind of interaction between LGBT individuals does matter when it comes to increased participation. So looking at the graph here, the y-axis is just the expected number of activities participated in, and then the x-axis is the percentage percent LGBT living in the 55 largest metro areas in the US. And again, as this graph shows, among the 55 largest cities in the US, we find that increases in the percentage of LGBT population significantly increases the participation index values for LGBT individuals, and kind of we see a much less precipitous kind of increase among heterosexual and cisgender individuals. So kind of using that as a kind of useful contrast. Quick conclusion. So again, kind of on average, we find that individuals with LGBT identities are more likely than cis straight individuals to participate in a variety of political activities. We also find that those living in urban areas exhibit higher rates of participation than those living in rural areas. Again, these results are robust kind of across multiple different schemes of kind of urban-rural classification, and that lends weight to contemporary accounts of the importance of urbanicity in engendering higher rates of political participation. And finally, we provide some empirical validation of the effects of intragroup contact and mobilization on queer participation, at least in the largest metro areas of the US. And these findings kind of build on the evidence regarding the role of social interactions, particularly in kind of spatially localized settings such as cities, as the driving force between kind of political distinctiveness among certain social strata, and especially those with LGBT identities. That's the end of my presentation. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Jack. That was really great. Thank you. So if you have any questions for Jack, please pop them in the Q&A. So we'll move on to Patrick's paper with Anna Sanders, Tanya Abraham, Sarah Prescott-Smith, and Finton Smith.
Hello.
Hi, Patrick. I can hear you. Do you have slides to share?
I do. Fingers crossed. That looks all right, doesn't it?
Yep.
Good stuff. I'll hide that. Brilliant. All right. I'll get cracking then. Thanks a lot. So yeah, this is a paper about gender gaps and issue importance and salience, and it is written alongside my fantastic team of co-authors who will each get a mention and a mugshot. So it's Tanya, Abby, Anna, Fintan, Sarah, and Anna, of course, at the University of Manchester, and the other four are YouGov. So cross-industry collaboration going on here. So the structure of the presentation I'm going to today, I'm going to go a little over the motivation as to why we're doing this, look at the literature and our kind of theory about what's happening, go over the research design, discuss the results, and then do some discussion. And a pre-warning, the discussion is mostly a cry for help. So if you're feeling in a charitable mood, this is time to step up. So the motivation, we'll go over the background, the YouGov most important issues data, and the puzzle that we found therein. Okay, so let's start with a kind of grounding, I guess, in gender gaps, or gender gaps in politics. What are they? So there's been a number that have been found and researched across temporary democratic societies. That includes in political participation, voting behaviour, liberal conservative attitudes, partisan identification, policy responsiveness, and policy preferences, all over the place. There's been loads of evidence. So Lazard there looked at attitudes toward government and public policy in the US, found that gender strongly influences attitudes, with difference in values being key to explaining these variations. Most literature on this is from the US, with not too much to go on in European, British context comparatively anyway. So onto the puzzle. Now, when I was trawling through the most important issues data that we track at YouGov, where we ask, it's now every week, it was before every month, what are the most important issues? We uncovered some gender gaps in terms of the percentage of men and women who are picking the economy as one of the most important issues versus, well, no, or health. You could pick three, so you could pick both, but the percentages that picked these, there were gender gaps in, namely that more men were picking the economy and more women were picking health. What happened with the the COVID crisis, which kind of created a crisis in health and the economy, is that the gender gap disappeared for the economy. So women, the percentage of women that were picking the economy as the most important issue, got right up to the levels of men. Men also increased, and they kind of met each other up at the top there. In the second panel, we can see health. Now, this didn't happen with health. The percentage of men and women that picked health went up, so we had an intercept change, but the gap remains exactly the same. In fact, if you I don't know how well you can read that, but these little statistics down here is from the ITS.analysis model, the R package I wrote to basically test these things, difference in difference design, shows that there's no statistical variation in the gender gap across health pre and post pandemic, but this gender gap very much changes. So if you just subtract one thing, they get the gap. What's the difference? So there's this big statistically significant change in the gender gap in health, in the economy, but not in health. So that creates a puzzle, right? One gender gap sustains and one does not. So we kind of looked at this and thought, oh, that's interesting. There's kind of three separate questions here that we'd like to go and answer. One is, why does the gender gap exist for these issues before the pandemic? So why is it that we see disparities in health and the economy? Why does the gap then disappear for the economy, but not health? And then what does this mean for British politics moving forward? Okay, so we'll go over now the literature and the theory about what we think is happening, and that leads us into the experimental design. So there's clear evidence from the literature that we should expect gender gaps to happen in most important issue preferences, right? So it shouldn't be a surprise to us that we found those differences pre-pandemic. In fact, those exact differences have been found before, which we'll come on to. So essentially, we've got all sorts of different gaps, like women are less keen on EU integration than men. Women are more liberal on a range of policy issues in the US. Rosie Campbell found important differences in issues prioritized around men and women ahead of the 2005 general election. Kelstead et al. Found that men are more likely to react responsively to policy change in terms of updating their preferences, and specifically toward economic intervention. So this is not a great mystery. This is not something that's incredibly surprising. Men and women indeed consistently differ. And in general, studies have found that men are consistently more likely than women to pick the economy as their most important issue, right? And women have been much more likely to prioritize issues such as education and healthcare. And that's been evidenced across all kinds of national contexts that we looked at. So we have evidence from Sweden, evidence from the US, and from Britain that this has been happening, has always been a thing. And in 2005, Rosie Campbell found that women are 5% more likely to state the NHS as one of their top priorities, and men were 4% more likely to state the economy. Why do gender gaps exist? Why do they exist? Well, we kind of figured when we were looking through the literature that you can kind of make an essentialist argument about this, or you can make a utilitarian argument about this. The essentialist argument goes something along the lines of women being kind of naturally more altruistic, more compassionate, and that makes them more likely to prioritize issues concerning social goods. And there's a bunch of references there that we're kind of pulling that from. Equally, we can make the same argument if women are more liberal, then this will push them toward prioritizing liberal policy areas. And gender gaps in issue preferences could also be reflective of traditional inequalities in what have been traditionally perceived as gender roles and responsibilities. And that's Toby and Campbell references there. Equally, you could make a utilitarianist argument about this. So we could say that women are more likely to both be givers and receivers of state healthcare, and are primary givers of childcare and recipients of childcare services. A bunch of references there sort of attesting to that. And that kind of develops what we might frame as a rational choice attachment, whereby women are going to prioritize health as a policy issue because it matters more to them as individuals. So on a very kind of individual, what matters to me and my sort of immediate concerns, sort of the healthcare is going to come top more often of women's priorities lists. It's very much a pocketbook approach to issue preferences. And anybody who's familiar with Anna's PhD thesis would be very familiar with that term as well, and how she kind of used that to describe sort of picking the preferences. When do gender gaps disappear? So if we establish that gender gaps do occur and have some reasons as to why there might be gender gaps with the economy and health, well, why might they disappear? Well, most of our evidence from here comes again from Campbell, this time in 2012, and she said that the financial crisis drastically reduced the gender gap on the economy as the most important issue between 2001 and 2010. So the argument that was being made was that when an issue is not at the top of the agenda, we can see that sex differences are potentially at their maximum. So when an issue is not salient, that's when we kind of expect to see gender gaps at the biggest. But when issues become highly salient, we should expect differences to tend toward their minimum. So as an issue becomes more important to everyone, the differential effect there means that the gap is reduced. We have further evidence on this from Kelstad et al. So we're looking at government policy programs when they shift to the right. They say we ought to see gender gaps reduce. Both men and women will respond on aggregate and shift their preferences in the other direction, to the left. But they argue that there's a ceiling in the opposite direction, so that when the government shifts to the left, men shift to the right, but women don't go as far. There's kind of a ceiling effect to how far women's attitudes or preferences will go toward the right. So gender gaps can increase in that sense as well. All right, so if we follow Campbell's logic, we ought to expect the gender gaps in issue preferences reduce when issues are salient. And the COVID-19 crisis brought up the economy and health to the forefront of public conscious and policy making. So COVID made health and the economy both incredibly salient. And in line with the theoretical expectation, COVID-19 caused the economy to shoot up in general salience and reduce the gender gap to zero. But this did not happen with health. Why? So our puzzle kind of is that we have an expectation been met with the economy, but with health, it didn't happen. So if we look back then at the two theories that we're presenting, this essentialist and this utility theory, we kind of might frame this in two ways. One, which says that there's an identity or values-driven gender gap on health which survives crises. So because women are naturally more compassionate, altruistic, empathetic, they're consistently more likely to think of healthcare as a high priority issue. So even when the intercept changes for salience in general, when everybody thinks healthcare is more important, that kind of identity factor means that health remains higher for women systematically. So the intercept changes for everyone and there's no differential effect. The utility theory will kind of lead you to the same place, but it says that looks to this idea that if women are more likely to provide and receive healthcare services, so they're going to prioritize them. So women like to be more likely to be providers and recipients of healthcare. They're also more likely to rely on a state income. They're more likely to lose jobs, have more general economic insecurity in times of crisis than men. Therefore, they catch up in terms of prioritizing the economy, but stay ahead in terms of men on health. So we get the intercept change again, but the differences sustain, but for kind of a different reason, I guess. So now we'll go on to the research design and how we're going to basically test these two routes as to why we might be getting gender gaps that sustain in health, but not with the economy in times of crisis. So we use survey experiments to test the theory. So we used the YouGov panel to basically test out these two ideas. Namely, that we were going to prompt our male panelists, we did prompt all panelists, but this was kind of the target of the design, if you like, to be thinking either in more compassionate or utilitarian ways about health before then asking them, or before they then answered the most important issue question. So we're going to see if we can kind of get the men thinking in that way that we think is producing the gender gap to reduce said gender gap. So we had a control group for both genders for comparative baselines where they weren't given any treatment or anything. They just were asked what's the most important issues. So then it was 6 splits, a control, an essentialist route, and a utility route, and one of each for men and for women. And the key metric that we wanted to look at was, could we get the percentage of men picking health in either treatment group to match the percentage of women in the control group that picked health? So just to kind of visualize how that looks, you can imagine a person who's going to come down into one of these 3 routes. So they're going to be in the control group, where they just get asked this question about which are the most important issues that face the country today. If they go into the identity or the essentialist treatment, they get given a battery of individual and social compassion items. I'll show you what all these look like just in a second. And then they get asked the most important issues. If you go down the utility treatment, and this is all randomized, I should say completely randomized, you could be in any one of 3. Every trial is completely random. You get shown a vignette of statistics about NHS usage or employment in gendered contexts. So one was relevant to men, one was relevant to women. And then they get asked the most important issues question. So if you went down the essentialist route, this is what you would be shown. You'd be given this battery of questions where you are basically asked to think about compassion, social good, should we be helping the people in society who are struggling, and you're kind of given the extent to which you agree with that to kind of get people thinking in that mode. If you were in the utility route, this is an example of what men would be seeing. I should say the identity essentialist one didn't change for men and women, they got the same. So this is the men's utility split. So they get given some information basically about how men are being disproportionately affected by COVID, and evidence statistics kind of backing that up from abroad and from the UK. The one being there, 73% of COVID-19 critical care cases are men. So trying to build that utilitarian argument about healthcare being really relevant to men. Then everybody, regardless of what split you're in, got given this question. Which is the most important issue? It's a multiple question. You can tick up to 3, or you can pick none. And what we were looking for is a percentage of people that picked health as one of their 3. Okay, now on to the results. Drum roll. Now, is my thoughts about this. So what we can see is that we don't get anywhere near the proportion of men in either the identity/essentialist or the utility split picking health as women in the control group. We do see an increase. It's a 4% increase, a 4-point increase, basically a 10% increase in likelihood. But it's not getting anywhere near up to those levels. There's still an 8-point gap. It's not even 8, is it? That's terrible maths. It's 12. Jeez. Don't hire me for mental maths. It's not a good idea. And if we kind of pull all this into a linear probability regression, then we get 89% credible intervals of that sort of difference being between 0.01 and 0.08. So 1% or 8%. It's kind of quite noisy as well. It's not even that specific. So there's something there. We think we're getting something, but we're not really getting at the cause, we don't think. So onto the discussion. So both treatments did create a small increase in the probability of men picking health as the most important issue. Namely, there's a 4% increase or a 4-point increase, worded it horribly, in the probability of men picking health within the treatment group, 43%, either or, it was the same for both, compared to the control group, 39%. But even at 43, there we are, I've done the maths properly this time, they were still 12 points behind the women in the control group. So we've got some evidence that it might be sort of pushing things in the right direction, but it's absolutely far from conclusive. So where can we go next? This is the cry for help to our wonderful audience. We think that we've identified something in terms of causal mechanism. We do have results, just not very strong. So we kind of would love to know from you guys where you think we should be going in terms of new data. Could we go out and do this experiment again with different conditions? Is there another theory we're not thinking of, another way of framing what we're trying to do? Or is there something we could do with our existing data? Is there any kind of additional tests you guys think we might be able to do? Or any additional kind of angles or theories that we can do either within or outside of the data that we have? And yes, that's it for now. Thank you very much. Those are my contact details. We'd love to hear from you either in this session or just drop me a message. Talk to me about our data. We have loads of data and we love sharing it. So yeah, really excited to hear what you guys think. And thank you so much for letting me present.
Thanks, Patrick. So if you have any suggestions to help out Patrick and his team, please pop them in the chat, or if you have any questions for our speakers so far, please drop them in the Q&A. So we'll move on to our final presenter, Jack Larner.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, can hear you and see you, so.
Great, so I'll try sharing my slides. Just as a warning, if I share my slides, I can't see all of you, so hopefully you can see that. So if you can't see the slides, then Nima, I'm going to have to ask you to shout or scream.
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, brilliant. All right, fantastic. I will. Thanks very much, everyone. So I'm Jack. I'm a lecturer in politics at Cardiff University, and this work is done with my colleague Josh Thorpe, who's at University of Michigan. And what we're interested in this project is a question of welfare deservingness for different groups, and specifically here we're interested in disabled people and ethnicity, and how these things combine to influence perceptions of welfare deservingness. So first I'm going to talk you through some of our motivations for the research before we actually get on to kind of the experiments that we've done, some results. So in the UK, depending how you measure it, but around 18% or around 1 in 5 people identify as being disabled. And this group are disproportionately likely to be living in poverty, be jobless, more likely to report loneliness, social alienation, and lower levels of political efficacy. So the kind of normative need to get financial assistance to these people is quite urgent, and therefore understanding kind of levels of support for welfare assistance for this group is, we say, is very important. In a lot of the literature of this kind of stuff, people with disabilities are normally considered to be among the most deserving of welfare recipient groups. However, within this, there are kind of some exceptions. They do face numerous barriers to access this assistance, whether that's kind of institutional or barriers put in place by the state to access financial assistance, or whether that's in kind of wider public opinion. So there's research, for example, on things like a so-called fear of a disability con. So people don't want to be tricked into helping people that apparently don't deserve it, stuff like that. So we actually, in this paper, we're arguing that actually the deservingness of disabled people is actually substantially more conditional than has previously been acknowledged in this field of research. And our paper and our work, we really draw on 2 literatures. First is the welfare attitudes literature, and the second is the stereotype content literature. So it's kind of, we look at it from a social point of view and also from a kind of a cognitive psychological point of view. So it's well established in public opinion research around welfare and welfare assistance that if you want to know whether someone supports a certain kind of welfare, you basically ask them, are recipient X deserving of assistance? So what kind of people deserve help? So in the welfare assistance literature, kind of welfare attitudes literature, there's 2 important determinants of who is seen to be deserving of help. The first is control, and the second is identity. So control basically refers to the perceived level of responsibility a recipient has for their position, and identity basically refers to in-group, out-group dynamics. So is the recipient a member of my community or another community? Despite these being very well established in the kind of welfare attitudes literature, these haven't really been applied specifically to disability. So even though we have numerous studies on how welfare assistance might be conditional on things like ethnicity, migrant status, unemployment, and even kind of some sort of certain kind of moral ways of thinking, all these interact with disability, but there's not much that's actually been done on it so far, and that's kind of the gap that we're hoping to fill with this research. And we say this is important because in multicultural societies, understanding the interaction between disability and other identities has really important implications for policy and also just general levels of policy support. So the role of stereotypes. So this is some work from the stereotype content literature. And here we kind of take insights about identity and control that are in line with some of the kind of disability stereotypes that have been written about. So according to this literature, the stereotype for disabled people are kind of high warmth, low competence. So for those who are familiar with the work of Susan Fiske and colleagues, it's kind of like a 2x2 chart where you plot on one side levels of warmth and the other side levels of competence. And this high warmth, low competence stereotype is typically associated with levels of paternalism and eliciting kind of the emotion of pity and a willingness to help. So it's actually quite a, well, it's a very condescending kind of feeling, but these are the things that this stereotype is associated with. There's also this feeling in this kind of stereotype content model that because disability is seen kind of in every culture, in every society, across the world for millennia, disability doesn't have any specific kind of ethnic stereotypes with it. So when a person imagines someone who's disabled, they tend to imagine someone of the same ethnicity as them being disabled. So we obviously go into this in a lot more discussion in the paper, but from the kind of these two literatures, our argument that we derive from this is that disabled people who are perceived as responsible for their impairment or as more group distant, so as a member of an outgroup, will be seen as counter-stereotypic, so not fitting in with the stereotype of disabled people, and therefore less deserving of welfare assistance. So these are the hypotheses that we come up with from the literature. Next, I'll talk you through how we kind of test these. But the hypotheses are basically that evaluations of deservingness will decrease as perceived responsibility for impairment increases. Evaluations of deservingness will be lowest in the high responsibility ethnic outgroup condition. So that's people who are seen to have high level responsibility for their impairment and a member of the outgroup. And then evaluations of deservingness will be highest in the low responsibility ethnic in-group condition. Hope that's clear. So to test this, we ran two pre-registered vignette experiments. Both were embedded in the recent devolved election studies. So study one was included in the Welsh election study, which ran in May of this year. And study two ran in the Scottish election study, which also ran in May this year. Slightly different sample sizes, but as you can see, still pretty big, quite happy with those. So both studies were run by YouGov, which used nationally representative samples. And as we said, the experiments were pre-registered at aspredicted.org. Happy to send the links out to anyone who's particularly interested in seeing those later. And we basically used a 2x3 factorial design where our manipulations, the things we changed were two different ethnicity conditions and 3 impairment conditions. So I'll talk you through what that means and what they were now. So study one, like we said, was in the Welsh election study. We included a couple of actually, I think, quite tough manipulation checks, which I can talk through in a second. But any respondents who fail these manipulation checks are excluded from our analysis. But basically, we randomly assigned respondents to one of 6 vignettes describing a fictitious male subject with an acquired brain injury. Within those 6 vignettes, there were we varied 6 different things. So there was an ethnicity condition, which we used as basically varying the respondent's name. So the names we used were David and Khalid, and then 3 impairment conditions. So we changed how they acquired their their impairments. So the three impairments were someone who acquired a brain injury at birth, someone who acquired it during a high-speed motorcycle accident, and someone who acquired a brain injury after using illicit drugs. So this impairment in each condition is the same. So is a functional limitation, because we state that the person is unable to work. So as you can see, there's an example of the vignette there. But the thing we changed was the name of the person and how they acquired that impairment. The manipulation check, by the way, I should say, was after people were shown the treatments and were given the outcome variables. A few minutes later in the survey, they were asked an open-ended question in their own words to name, asked if they could remember how David or Khalid acquired their injury. So that was quite tough, but we were quite pleased. Around 85% of respondents in each condition were able to correctly say that, how or identify how the injury was acquired. So we had two outcome variables. The first was the extent to which the respondent thought David or Khalid was responsible for their injury. So this goes back to the control that we were talking about earlier. And the second was whether the degree to which they thought they were deserving of some kind of financial assistance from the government. Ignore the measures bit there, that's actually from a different talk I forgot to take out, so apologies. So now I'll show you some of our results. So here, this is just plotting the difference in means. Hopefully you can see this within each first injury condition, but then also plotted differently for David and Khalid. So on the left-hand side here, running up the axis, we have basically a responsibility for the injury. So the higher up the axis, the more responsible that person was perceived to be for the injury. So hopefully, as you can see, the manipulation here worked largely as expected. So in the birth injury, David and Khalid in the birth injury were seen to be the least responsible for their injury, slightly more responsible in the motorbike injury, and then most responsible in the illicit drugs injury. One of the strange things that we picked up on, though, is there were differences in the perceived responsibility between David and Khalid within each injury group. So in the birth condition, Khalid was actually seen to be more responsible for their injury, significantly. So this is a significant result, rather, significantly more responsible for their injury than David. But in the motorbike and the drugs conditions, Khalid was seen to be less responsible for their injury. So this is one of the things that if anyone has any ideas of why this might be the case, would be quite interested in knowing, because this was slightly unexpected. Going on to the main effects then for deservingness of assistance, we again see there's a clear effect of the controls on our deservingness evaluations. So as perceived control increases, deservingness decreases. Right. So again, in the drugs condition, David and Khalid are seen as the least deserving of financial assistance. However, we do get this quite strange result in the birth condition, which isn't replicated in the motorbike and drugs conditions. So in the motorbike and drugs conditions, we don't see any kind of ethnicity effect. So David and Khalid are seen as basically equally deserving within those. But in the birth condition, Khalid is considered considerably less deserving of financial assistance than David, even though in this scenario, obviously the implication is that David and Khalid have the least amount of control over how they acquired their impairment, given that it was acquired at birth. We're not entirely sure for again why this is the case and not in the other. Why this is the case only in the birth condition, as we actually thought that perhaps in the birth condition there'd be the gap between David and Khalid would be the smallest. But one of the kind of ideas we might have is that in the absence of a clear behavioural cue within like the motorbike or the drugs, people fall back on that ethnicity cue, so to a much greater extent. So, but we're not entirely sure. So again, if anyone has any ideas on that, we'd be interested to see. So in study 2, we replicated the experiment again, but this time we actually removed the mention that Khalid was from Yemen. So this time there's no migration queue, it's just the name. So the only thing that's being manipulated here is the name David or Khalid in the ethnicity queue, and then we repeat the same birth injury, motorcycle injury, or the illicit drugs injury. So here again we see the manipulation working again when we look at responsibility for injury. So again, there's kind of a clear relationship really between the perceived level of control and responsibility for the injury. We don't have any significant differences here between David and Khalid within each injury condition on responsibility for injury. Looking at deservingness of welfare assistance, again, they largely conform to kind of our expectations and our hypotheses. But again, we do see there is a significant difference again between David and Khalid in the birth condition, with again Khalid being seen as less deserving of welfare assistance than David. The magnitude of the difference is considerably smaller, however, when we just use the name cues. So it looks like in study 1, the migration queue is actually doing quite a lot of work there. So yes, as you can see, and then finally, so those are kind of our main effects from our 2 studies. But one thing we also wanted to do was kind of explore for heterogeneous treatment effects. So it's well documented that citizens, for example, who hold more authoritarian beliefs are particularly intolerant to individuals who are thought to be rule breakers. So the idea that levels of control is particularly important and correlated with kind of liberal authoritarian beliefs. Sorry about the change in font size here. I'm not sure how that happened, but so therefore we kind of expect that we might actually see some variation between treatment groups among those with more kind of authoritarian values or more liberal values. So just to test it for this, we basically just run an OLS regression where, again, here what we're going to show is that the outcome variable is deservingness, and we just interact the treatment assignment with the liberal authoritarian scale. So this is the same scale that's used in the British election study, for those who know, but it's basically a scale derived from a certain number of items which people have to...
Sorry, Jack. I've just got a minute or 2 left.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. This is the last one, I promised. For scale, so I'll just hurry up and show you that. So as you can see, we do kind of see considerable variation in the effect of liberal authoritarian values between injury treatment groups. So in both studies, study 1 and study 2, people with more authoritarian social values perceive David or Khalid significantly and substantially more responsible for their injury, and importantly as well, less deserving of assistance when they were told that their injury was acquired through illicit drug use. And finally, in conclusion, I'll just be very quick. So this is an ongoing project, so we're not finished with this by any means, but things that we want to dig deeper into are what are the psychological mechanisms behind these effects. We also want more analysis of kind of the don't know responses that we saw. So quite a few people in the motorbike condition, hopefully you can see here on this graph, said that they didn't know who was responsible, whether David or Khalid was responsible for their injury. So we need to do some more digging there. The other thing we like to do is replicate this, but manipulate recipients' gender as well. And with that, and knowing that I'm tight on time, I will finish there. But thanks very much.
Thanks, Jack. That was a great paper. So we've got about 15 minutes for Q&A. So if you could put your questions in the Q&A box. So can I invite the other speakers to come back on screen? Okay, great. So so we've got a suggestion from Justin for Patrick. So he suggests perhaps including a question on the perception of risk in respect of your own health. And then Farah has a suggestion for Jack on a potential reason for the difference in birth defect results. So Patrick, do you want to respond to Justin, and then we'll take Farah's question for Jack?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really, really good suggestion. Not a lot more to comment on that. That's definitely something we should have a look at and try. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate that. It's great.
Farah, do you have a suggestion for Jack?
Yeah, I think it might play into the sort of ethnic differences that Jack hinted at, but I just thought that there's been a lot in the media about, so Khalid is obviously a Muslim name, and there's been a lot in the media about Muslim people who oh god, there's a term of that I don't know, but they marry their cousins. So you might have quite a few generations of, it especially happens in Pakistani communities, of people marrying their cousins and then children end up having birth defects. So that might be prejudicing people's, that might be what's behind it. I don't know, that's a huge guess, but maybe there's something there about, well, maybe he's got a birth defect because his parents are cousins.
Right, yeah, well, we've presented this a couple of times, and a couple of people have brought up specific prejudices that are associated with particularly like motherhood of people from ethnic outgroups. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still a bit puzzled and horrified by it, to be honest, because in my head, this was the one where there shouldn't be any difference, right? Because in the vignette they explained that this is required when they were at birth, no control, but we see this big difference. So yeah, we're not sure. We clearly need to do something more, but it's interesting how you brought that up as well. So yeah, we'll have to do more digging, I think.
Yeah, if I could add to that, actually, Jack, around motherhood, there are certain stereotypes around immigrant women being more fertile or reproducing more children, and that having a bigger burden on the welfare state. But I'll go back to the Q&A. So Nicole says, for Jack, respondents may think of Khalid as a child of immigrants. For some, this will activate fear that outsiders use too much healthcare or public services. I'm just going to collect the other. So Nicole adds to that, as in birth, your parents are responsible, not you. And then got a question from Steve for Jack Thompson. How much do you think your urban-rural effects are due to selective migration of politically active LGBTQ people to cities? So yeah, Jack, Lana, if you can respond to Nicole, and then we'll move on to Jack T.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. So almost, it's still very grim, isn't it? But punishing Khalid, but we're actually punishing the parents, kind of, for being. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. That's another thing that has been brought up before. I'm not entirely sure how we can test that further, but no, I definitely think that might be something as well. So I'll take that as a comment and say thank you, Nicole. Yeah.
And then was it for me?
Yeah, so the question from Steve.
Yeah, so I mean, we did kind of, Stuart and myself were kind of thinking about this, and again, the literature tends to show that there kind of is a selection bias among kind of people with LGBT identities, especially in kind of ex-urban areas, and that's kind of the big reason why they move to cities. I mean, the data set that we kind of use for this paper, it doesn't have it has a variable for kind of like tenure spent in the community. So I guess we'd be able to kind of isolate people who've kind of lived in a given area their entire lives, and that might be kind of something to check out, potentially. I think that'd be useful to check, actually.
Great, thanks, Jack. So we've got another comment for Jack in the Q&A, but I've got a couple of questions for Farah. if that's okay. So I think I've already asked you this before, Farah. We've had a lot of discussions about this. But I was wondering around how Muslim men, particularly Muslim Asian men, become kind of stereotyped as being traditional, conservative, controlling their women, and so on. And so I've struggled with this in my research on ethnic minority women's representation in local government, and how we do research on sexism within Asian communities without reinforcing those negative stereotypes. I mean, maybe they exist for a reason, but we can't tie everyone with the same brush. And I was thinking also around the withdrawal from Afghanistan and how gender has been part of that debate around the kind of women's rights in Afghanistan being trampled by the Taliban, and how that activates Muslim activism. Sorry, phrase that weirdly, but in the kind of political participation of Muslims, and within Labour as well, having Starmer being a bit quiet on those issues. So yeah, if you could give your thoughts on that. So Steve has added, given the amount of infighting between various sorts of groups within Labour, how do you think the issues you're looking at compare?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So in terms of Muslim men stereotypes, yeah, this is something that I have obviously grappled with for the years I've been doing my research, and it is something that I'm obviously quite concerned with. But I think what's really at the centre of my research, and what sort of gives me the confidence to know that this is something worth researching, is that this is coming from Muslim women themselves. And just because it's difficult or it's controversial or it's a touchy subject or, you know, whatever, doesn't mean that Muslim women don't matter. And I think, you know, my personal opinion, there have been many, like this has been going on for too long, where women put their own experiences and their own lives to the side because it's awkward for the rest of the community. And from the work that I've done looking at intersectionality, and especially in the context of US civil rights organizations, it's been happening for literally decades. And it happened there as well. And I think, you know, now's as good time as any other to allow Muslim women to gain their voice and to talk about issues that affect them. And because I feel like sometimes people don't understand that PhDs have to be so focused, but just because my PhD focuses on the experience of Muslim women in regards to Muslim men doesn't mean that I'm denying that there are other issues out there. Of course, they will face discrimination from other people, or they might not face any discrimination at all. But I'm looking at this specific phenomenon of stuff that's been in the media, that has been academically researched, and that I'm finding in my own research interviews. It does exist, and the Muslim women that I speak to feel really downtrodden, really silenced, and I don't think downtrodden in that they are, you know, meek or you know, resigned to being discriminated against. More that they feel really let down by the party that they have joined and been active members for many years, and they also really feel let down by the community. They feel like is brushing their problems under the carpet because it's too difficult to deal with. And I'm really clear that my research is a feminist piece of research, and it centres the lives of women, and I don't make any excuses for doing that. So that's how I've sort of squared that circle. And yeah, obviously, international relations is not my expertise. In terms of Keir Starmer, it's really interesting. Obviously, that all came to light in the Batley and Spen by-election, of this perceived quietness on issues that affect Muslims. Very interesting that those voices were Muslim male voices who were saying those things, and there were actually Muslim women who wrote in Batley, who wrote a letter that very clearly said, these men don't represent us. They don't speak for us. They don't speak for the community. And so I think it's the Labour Party should take in a diverse range of views on issues. In terms of Stephen's question on infighting, I don't know what he means between various sorts of groups. I don't know if you can turn his audio on. Because the issue that I'm looking at is within a group, or are you talking about the liberation organisations where they're always... Yeah,
hello.
I'm not sure. Hi.
Hi. Well, firstly, thanks to the whole panel for great presentations. I really enjoyed it. I was just thinking, you are talking about Muslim women within the Labour Party being ill-treated, and I think it's great that you're doing the research you're doing, but it's also in the context of a Labour Party where you've got Momentum, who've been fighting moderates within the Labour Party. You've got endless infighting of various different kinds, and generally people not being very nice to each other. So is it any surprise that when Muslim women go into the Labour Party, people are not very nice to them either? Now, I think the answer is obviously likely to be that they face a particular kind of ill treatment, but I'm just wondering how you think of the broader context of the Labour Party, not necessarily being a very functional organisation where everybody rubs along happily with each other otherwise.
Yeah, I think that is a really good point. And the Labour Party, I don't know if anybody's a member of the Labour Party has gone to a meeting recently, it's absolutely horrific. And it has been for a number of years. And, I say that as a Labour councillor. It's horrible. But yes, I think, you answered your own question. What the Muslim women who I've spoken to tell me about the problems that they have faced are unique to them, or they have certain characteristics. So there's a lot around honour and modesty. Lots of the women I've spoken to have had rumours put around about them to do with their personal relationships. I've spoken to one counsellor who said that she actually feels like she can never get married now. She's single for the rest of her life, because whenever she starts a relationship with anybody, there are rumours all around, and people try to deselect her for that. There are all different kinds of issues going on that are very specific to these women, and also they seem to be cross-factional. So wherever these women sit on the spectrum of Labour's wings, they seem to face the same problems. So I think Labour Party in general is not a nice place to be, but it's particularly not nice for these women.
Sorry everyone, we're running out of time, so I'm just gonna thanks for that, Farah. I think completely right about Muslim women fighting different battles on different fronts. So I'm just gonna collect a few questions quickly. Rob asks, Jack, to what extent does authoritarianism account for discrimination in your experiments? Is it only authoritarians who discriminate? Do you have other measures of attitudes at groups? And then Jack also has another question for you. I'm going to quickly ask Patrick a question, if that's okay. I was wondering about COVID and the distribution of caring responsibilities during the pandemic, and how women have had to bear the brunt of a lot of caring, not just childcare, but for relatives and so on. But I think men have also had to increase their childcare responsibilities. So if you have any thoughts on that, and also concern for the economy, not just in terms of people losing their jobs, but the COVID recovery and how the economy will be recovering for a while. So if that plays in their heads around whether austerity will be needed and so on. And then, Jack, Lana, just one final comment was about, it was interesting how the kind of bogus refugees and the bogus disability claimants kind of language exists, so maybe there's an overlap happening within that. And yeah, so I'm just going to turn over to the panel if you have any final comments or anything you'd like to add. If you have any questions for each other, we have run out of time, but I think we can go over by a couple of minutes. I'll go to Patrick first.
Okay, yeah, no, thanks for that. I think the caring responsibility stuff, we did have a bit of that in the women utility vignette. The research we saw on that did seem to suggest that there was an increase in caring responsibility for both, but as Salvi might expect, the women was much higher relative to the increase for men as well. So yeah, there's even inequality within the changes as well, which is kind of very frustrating, but I guess not too surprising. But yeah, I think that's definitely something we could weave into a little bit more on the men's side of it. Yeah, the point about worried about austerity is brilliant. I hadn't thought about that at all. That's a really good suggestion. Something we could work into it. Yeah, I had questions for all of the panelists, but I think what I'll do is I'll message them instead because we're out of time. But yeah.
Yeah, Jack, Lana, do you want to respond quickly to Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Very quickly, authoritarianism doesn't really account for much of the discrimination we see. So when you control for it in the birth condition and the motorcycle condition, basically there's not really much of a difference there. But the only time it really seems to have a really big effect is in the illicit drugs condition, which is kind of expected because that the perception there, around rule breaking, norm breaking, that kind of stuff. But again, I can maybe I have more stuff to say, so I can message Rob on that. But thanks very much.
Okay, great. Thanks everyone for a brilliant panel. I'm sure our audience will agree. And please show your appreciation in the chat. And thanks everyone for joining in. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
So I welcome everyone to the session. So this is Political Attitude 7. So far, I think it's been a really excellent conference, and this panel looks set to kind of continue that trend. My name's Ralph. I'm a PhD student at the University of Manchester currently. I'm just entering into my final year. We have two panelists in contrast to the kind of advertised program, who I think, compared to some of the other sessions I've been to, will provide a bit more of a kind of international or comparativist perspective, which should be really interesting. Some quick bits of housekeeping just before we make a start. I think in the instructions, speakers were asked to restrict the presentations to around 15 minutes. As there's only now two panelists, I think you can take a little bit more time if you like during the session. But I'll kind of let you know when the 15 minutes are up, just so you know how to kind of pace yourselves. If while people are kind of listening along, if you could please put questions in the Q&A tab as we go, and I'll take these after all the presentations. I may, depending on how we're going, I might read them as default, just because I think that helps with, rather than people kind of joining and then leaving, which can be create a bit of a lag. And create some tech issues, but do let me know if you'd like to ask, or if there's any point you'd like to clarify or finesse based on what I say. And I think the only other thing to say is we'll go in the order of the program, and if the other panelists could just stop sharing their screens at the time, I'll do the same. But I might stay on audio at least initially to confirm that I can see the slides and that you're moving through the slides okay, so that you know that that's happening without needing to kind of confirm it visually. And that's it. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Sergio.
Thanks. Let me share my screen. So you should see my presentation right now. So, well, my name is Sergio Gas. I'm a Peruvian political scientist, and I am studying a master's degree in applied statistics. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present the progress of my research. This research, as you can see the name, addresses electoral trust in Peru and Colombia and what are its explanatory variables, or the so-called determinants. So, regarding the justification of the study or the research, confidence in elections is a manifestation of a set of objective and subjective perceptions that a voter has based on the information they have, the experience when voting, and how they perceive that the elections are taking place in their country. In this sense, it is still relevant to explore which are the independent variables that explain why voters trust the electoral process carried out. So why these two cases? There are several similarities. They are both Latin American countries, as you can see in the image. Both have a democratic regime and a presidential system. Their elections meet expected international standards. They have similar macroeconomic performance. They have similar levels of electoral trust. And if you like football, you will like to know that both national teams qualified for the last World Cup after 32 years of absence in the Peruvian case. But the main difference in this comparison is that in Colombia, there is no compulsory voting, while in Peru, it is, and comes with a series of economic and civil sanctions. So I'm going to talk about the research design, specifically about the questions that we are going to address during this presentation. The main objective of this research is to establish which are the determinants of trust in the elections in Peru and Colombia between the years 2012 and 2019. And its secondary objectives are to establish whether political culture contributes statistically to the explanation of trust in elections and determining whether the variables that explain the confidence in elections differ between these two cases. As you can see in this graph, electoral trust levels in both cases are not so different. So now let's check a bit of theoretical framework. I would like to take some time, considering that we have more time than calculated previously. So according to Hanke and Levitsky, they highlight the importance that political institutions have had in recent decades. Among some reasons, because of the impact that their design has on the stability and quality of democracy. Institutions, in short, are understood as rules and procedures that structure social interaction, constraining and allowing the behavior of the actors, communicated and respected through channels that are widely accepted as official. Their importance relies on the ability to shape objectives, preferences, and strategies of political actors. It is in this sense that the opinion, expression, and action of citizens are implicitly influenced by these institutions. Regarding institutional trust, as Cleary and Stokes say, can be influenced by recent political events or be based on experience with other institutions. To this, it would be worth adding that it is an area in which elements such as the media and the political offer, services reforms, and public policies receive interfere. Then, political culture is basically understood as a learned set of attitudes, norms, expectations, and values concerning the political sphere that shapes the political behavior of the citizens of a certain society towards the political system. It is the connector between the micro and macro level of politics and where a citizen's position regarding their government and institutions is configured according to Booth and Richard. But something that allows us to better understand this concept is that it is a subset of the culture of a certain society that certainly varies in time. In the long process of democratization in the Latin American region, it was expected, as in other regions of the world, that the holding of elections would ensure the establishment of a democratic regime. However, for a democracy to function, it is not only needed free and fair elections. Furthermore, as Pippa Norris pointed out, well-held elections are insufficient in themselves for a successful transition to democracy, but poor or failed elections can certainly ruin fragile progress. In relation to the perceptions of electoral integrity, the work of Cantú and Hernández Huerta is highly relevant. The authors point out that perceptions of electoral integrity are shaped by various objective and subjective factors. Most objective predictors focus on institutional conditions that promote an equal playing field. These include, for example, the autonomy and performance of electoral administration entities or offices, in conjunction with the fairness of electoral laws, public financing for political parties, the quality and quantity of information that voters receive, and the training of poll workers themselves. So after having checked the framework, I would like to present the methodology or the data that has been used for answering these questions that I have already presented. To answer the research questions, the database of the Latin American Public Opinion Project, EPOP of Vanderbilt University, has been used, specifically, obviously, the cases of Peru and Colombia, including the waves of 2012, 2014, 2016, and 2018. So this makes more than 7,000 Peruvian respondents and more than 6,000 Colombian respondents included in this research. As you can see, I have used a machine learning technique that is called the Boruta algorithm, for which the dependent variable was recoded to have a dichotomous variable. This dependent variable is stated like, to what extent do you trust elections in this country, that originally goes from 1, that represents not at all level, to 7, that represents a lot of trust in elections. So the recording process is only taking those cases of people who really trust elections. In this case, a person really trusting elections if it falls between 6 and 7, or any of the other options would be translated, if it's possible to understand it in that way, that that person is not relying or doesn't trust in elections in his country. This machine learning technique is used the Boruta algorithm, as I have said. This algorithm extracts the importance of each feature or independent variable from this model and keeps only the features or the variables that are above a given threshold of importance. This technique relies on two main ideas: iterations and binomial distributions, as you can see in the graph. So the idea of this technique is that it's going to throw a table in which we can see if the attributes, the independent variables of the features, whatever you can call it, are going to be accepted or confirmed, are going to be a tentative situation, or are going to be dropped or rejected. So without further ado, I would like to present the main findings. As you can see, these two tables on the right side of the slide, I am comparing the results of Peru and Colombia, and these are the independent variables that I have selected to be tested on this research. As you can see, those who are confirmed, or those that are confirmed, are painted in green color. The tentative are in kind of yellow color, and the rejected ones are in red color. What does this mean? As you can see, the middle column, the mean impact, it states how relevant is at the moment of explaining the dependent variable, in this case, the level of electoral trust in the country. So as you can see, in both countries, the first three confirmed variables, that is the most important for having the highest impact, are the variables related to institutional trust, trust in president, trust in Congress, and trust in politicians. In the Peruvian case, then comes the support for democracy, while in the case of Colombia, it is the question of whether the government takes into account people's opinion. It is important to pay attention to the fact that interpersonal trust has been rejected in both cases, and it's something that goes against some of the theories that you can review when you see these subjects. This fact and the finding that the institutional trust variables are the most important of both models would reveal that for Peruvian and Colombian voters, it is not decisive whether or not they trust people like themselves when evaluating their trust in the elections. On the contrary, trust in political actors is clearly important. Voting choice has no impact on electoral trust. This means that whether you have voted for the winner, whether you have voted for the runner-up or other candidate during an electoral process, it seems to not having an impact on the confidence of the elections that are carried out in these countries. So a bit of conclusions and discussions after having seen these main findings. It is assumed, based on specialized literature, that the citizens' experience with electoral processes configures a set of objective and subjective assessments that influence their confidence in the elections. The result of the research allow us to confirm that when analyzing the determinants of electoral trust, the most important variables, the ones with the greatest impact, are those of the institutional trust kind. According to the literature review, this could confirm the close relationship between institutional trust and electoral trust, as well as the effects that each of them has on the other. In terms of social and political analysis, this would imply that when Peruvian and Colombian voters try to assess or decide how much they trust the elections in their countries, they are also making an evaluation of the performance of the authorities they have elected in recent elections. In other words, elections are trusted if the results of consequences have led to the election of good authorities or to a good administration. We can also imagine that there is an underlying evaluation of on incumbents' role during the electoral process. This would mean if they remain aside or try to manipulate elections. Considering that the dependent variable was recoded, would we then be talking about electoral confidence per se, or are we talking about high levels of electoral confidence? That is something that I have been thinking a lot during the last weeks, and I would like to share your opinions with me. Why not a classical regression model? You might have been asking yourselves. I believe that it is important to explore the relevance of new techniques that allow us to handle larger data sets and finding relationships in a short time. I'm not joking. The algorithm took less than 4 minutes to process the subsets of each country. And finally, does this mean that the electoral decisions of the people, or how do they choose their vote, do not have an impact on electoral trust? I would like to say that this is not necessarily true. At this point, we face the so-called false recall issue. So when a person tries to give you the information of for what candidate did his vote went, it is not as a reliable source of information, considering that a lot of people will like to lie to you or are confused enough to give you another kind of information. So regarding this limitation, I believe that something that should be made right away is thinking on the need of collecting quantitative data as soon as the elections took place. So that's all from my part. Thank you for your attention, and it would be lovely to receive any kind of feedback from you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sergio. That's really interesting. I can think of a few questions myself, which I'll hold until the end. But if anyone watching in the audience does have any questions, please do put those in the Q&A tab as well. I'm going to see if I can. Yes, there we go. So Virgilio. I hope I'm pronouncing that a bit better than I did at the beginning. But if you could, yes, make yourself visible, unmute yourself, and then also share your slides, and I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you very much, Ralph. I share my screen. For a moment, please. And I start now.
Yeah, I can see that. It's working for me.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. I am Virgilio Pérez from the University of Valencia. And firstly, I would like to thank the opportunity to communicate the progress of our research at this event. With your permission, I begin the exposition of our work entitled Political Interest Evolution in Spain. Throughout this communication, we intend to show how Spanish society has changed in recent decades, and more specifically, the evolution of interest in politics in Spain. To carry out this analysis, we have used the data provided by the Sociological Research Center, Centro de Investigaciones Sociológicas in Spanish, a highly prestigious Spanish institution in charge of conducting public opinion studies since its creation in 1963. The surveys carried out by the CIS are a benchmark of opinion studies in Spain, periodically and continuously collecting information related to, among others, basic socio-demographic variables, assessment of the economic situation, political variables, personal attitudes, educational level, marital status and coexistence situation, labor and socioeconomic variables, in addition to a set of specific referring to current affairs. These surveys generate a high volume of data, more than 1 million responses collected in the almost 450 currently available barometers, with an average of around 150 variables observed in each barometer. Managing a database of such dimensions, however, is not easy. It is necessary to work systematically and automate processes. In this specific case, we had to develop a thematic map of the barometers, identifying each question with each barometer to associate questions and themes between barometers. The result that we have obtained in this first part of the research has been a dictionary that allows us to move between barometers and questions and address questions to measure. This opens many possibilities for analysis and considerably reduces the costs of searching and data processing. Among other issues, it facilitates problem solving, such as the development of court generational ideological tables conditioned to different variables. Obtaining this type of tables allow us to observe how the ideology of citizens has changed over the last few years. For the construction of these court generational ideological tables, we have used double rolling windows techniques, age-year, which represent a methodological extension of the rolling window technique used in other contexts, such as the analysis of non-stationary patterns in the aging process, the analysis of performance and leadership in investments, and the evaluation of multi-funds managed by the pension fund administrations, the study of dependency relationships between capital markets, the analysis of the monitoring of complex non-linear and time-varying processes, or the detection of anomalous events in social networks, among others. Usually, when talking about politics, the expressions left and right is used. placing us on a scale that goes from 1 to 10, in which 1 means extreme left and 10 means extreme right, in which box would you place yourself? This question, which is repeated in 99% of the available barometers, allows the respondent to self-identify in terms of political ideology, but also offers the researcher the possibility of studying the evolution of interest in politics, calculating the response rate to said question. The figure on the left graphically represents the participation rate in this question, obtained as the quotient between the number of people who have responded to the question and the number of people who have responded to the survey for each year and age. Analyzing this information, we observed several interesting questions. There have been times, as in periods 1998, 2004, or 2008-2014, in which sociopolitical and/or economic circumstances have notably affected the interest in politics of the youngest. As can also be seen in the figure on the right, over the years, the interest in politics has increased significantly in Spain, especially in recent years, in which the emergence of new political parties has changed by complete the Spanish political landscape, changing the hegemony of bipartisanship. The study is completed by relating the political ideology variable with two sociodemographic variables, educational level and place of residence of the respondent. The results obtained reveal the direct relationship between interest in politics and the level of studies. That is, the higher the level of studies, the higher the response rate. Regarding the geographical scope, citizens residing in autonomous communities in which traditionally there are higher tensions in the political field, like Basque Country and Catalonia, participate less than residents of other areas of the country. As we can see in these three graphs, the tables generated also allow us to analyze whether the response rate to this question changes depending on the political party that governs at this moment. The members of the research group on electoral processes and public opinion of the University of Valencia, led by full Professor José Manuel Pavia, are working to offer the scientific community all the data used in this study and expose it in this communication in the same way that we have done with the C database, acronym for Spanish Electoral Archive, a repository that contains in an open, free, and homogeneous way all the disarrayed data referring to the main electoral processes held in Spain since the establishment of the democracy over 40 years ago. All the information regarding this powerful tool is available in a recent publication in Scientific Data. In the future, I'm continuing with the purpose of generating and offering quality data, which allow us to deepen our knowledge of society. We will continue working on improving these databases, not only updating them, but also addressing new actions like to match results corresponding to different electoral processes, estimating vote transfer matrices using ecological inference techniques, or associating new sociodemographic variables to electoral results. And that is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bakilia. That's really interesting. And I really like the visualizations really help get a sense of the patterns in quite a quick way. It's a nice way of presenting things. I'll just have a quick look. I've put it in full screen so I can see the slides a bit better. I can't see any questions in the Q&A, but if people who if anyone's watching and wants to ask a question, do put those in. I'll start with some questions of my own, maybe one for each of you. And Sergio, if you want to share your camera at this point, because I think we're onto the discussion stage, and that'd be great. Also, if either of the panelists have questions for one another as well, please do ask those. I know I was presenting a little bit earlier on today, and it can be difficult to, when you're thinking about your own presentation, it can be difficult to, be developing questions for the other, but if you do have any, then do ask. So I guess starting with some thoughts on Sergio's presentation, I had a couple of thoughts. One was around, it was really interesting, and I really liked the application of the kind of algorithmic method as a means of finding, basically kind of testing lots of possible explanations in a, as you say, in a very fast, and as a kind of, the way I've seen that implemented is the kind of lasso method in terms of like a selection operator, basically. So going, these are the variables you need to be thinking about as possible explanations, or kind of independent variables to be included to kind of increase the explanatory power of your model. One, you mentioned at the very end your thoughts around the kind of dependent variable. And one thing I was wondering if you'd tried already, or if you'd thought about trying, was either modeling it as a scale, so rather than the kind of binary, but modeling it as a kind of, I guess, an ordinal scale, or alternatively switching it from explaining levels of high trust to explaining levels of low trust. Because it'd be interesting, you didn't talk much about the distribution of trust, but I think from what I know about trust in electoral processes in Britain, I don't think it's not a normally distributed variable. So it'd be interesting to know what that might look like. Yeah. So I guess I'll leave it then. I have some other thoughts, but maybe we can come back to that. And then if I just ask something for Virgilio, just so that both of you can kind of respond in turn. The thing so it seems to me from your presentation that you're taking the kind of response rate to that self-identification on the scale question as a measure of political interest, which I think it's a kind of, in a way, it's like a you're not relying on people's own perception of their political interest, because there could be a degree of social desirability, what they call social desirability bias around that, as in everyone wants to think they're interested in politics, possibly, so they wouldn't necessarily report their true level of political interest, whereas using that kind of level of response as a way of getting around that and getting to something closer, possibly, to the true level. A kind of a possible downside or an alternative is that they may be interested in politics, but they may struggle with that particular construction. So they may not be that familiar with the distinction between left and right, but they're still really interested in what they understand as politics. So I just wondered if you had compared the results from that to a question that more directly asks people, how interested are you in politics on a scale of 0 to 10, for example. I don't know if that exists in the data set, but I've seen that in other data sets. So I just was wondering about that, basically. Yeah, so I'll hand over, I think, maybe Sergio, if you go first.
Yes, thank Ralph for your comments. Well, indeed, why not assessing people who do not trust in elections would be the other side of the coin, and it's very relevant, at least for the Peruvian case, and I can certainly talk about that, because we have been electing our new president this year, and in the context of the pandemics, I mean, it was not even sure if we were going to have elections by the scheduled time. So I would try to answer this question by saying that I would like to find how or who are these people who really trust in elections, because I would like to aim it to, I don't know how to explain, but produce a kind of subcultural effect in our electorate. As you were asking, also the distribution of trust in elections, at least in Colombia and Peru, is not very high. Is it something that is very widespread in the Latin American region? But we are really, as some academic or scholars in my country have stated, we are really scared by the effects of having a lot of population who don't trust in elections. So maybe would be really important or really interesting to see what are the independent variables that are explaining low levels of electoral trust. That is a nice recommendation. Then modeling as a normal scale, I am not sure if, I have no domain in algorithm or machine learning doing this normal scale or not recoding the variable. As you may know, a lot of applications of these machine learning techniques are closely related to the market research field and not so much within the political science or the social science fields. I have indeed made an enormous effort to try to present these results with this technique. And then you were asking me about the selection of independent variables, I believe. So I would like to share my screen once again, just only to explain why I have selected these independent variables. As you can see, the first rows of these two tables have these related variables to the institutional trust, where you trust your president, that I believe is closely related to the evaluation of the perception of how well is the president doing his job in our countries. The Congress evaluation is very low, for example, in Peru, right? And the trust in general politicians. We have to remember that when we are talking about elections, we are not talking specifically about the national or the presidential elections. We're talking about some other lower levels of elections. For example, when you are electing your mayor or our president or our regional presidential. This question is regarding the whole system of electoral institutions, right? And in this case, it's very interesting and very relevant to address these kind of questions, as I have mentioned before. And then we have some other institutional related variables, such as the support for democracy, such as the understanding of politics actuality, such as the relevance that a citizen has in the political arena. Other socioeconomic variables, as you can see, if the person has an employee, if it's young or if it's old, or some other economic perceptions, as for example, if the family has perceived an increase in the incomes of the house, right? What I was going to tell you also is that if you can see the bottom part of the tables, I think that there are the most interesting findings, at least in my opinion. Why do interpersonal trust doesn't seem to explain electoral trust? It's very interesting. And the most interesting for me would be how your voting decision or choice has not been, I don't know, confirmed or picked by this algorithm to explain the electoral trust in these countries. As I was saying, sometimes you face this false recall issue during the application or the carrying out of service in our countries. And as I can tell you from my drawing from my personal experience, when time passes or year passes, people tend to forget their political choices or their voting decisions. So that's why I was talking about doing or collecting the data as soon as an election has taken some place. Furthermore, I think that I am not sure if it's possible to think of doing the same model for the two tales of a same story, for explaining that at the same time the lower levels of electoral trust and the higher levels of electoral trust in these countries. Another thing that I'm not sure if it remain clearly is the fact that Colombia has compulsory voting, whereas Peru, I'm sorry, Colombia does not have compulsory voting as Peru does it has. And I don't know, I would like to know if I have answered some of your questions, or if Virgilio has some other comments on this research.
Thank you. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's always more to discuss, but that was really helpful. Virgilio, I'll hand over to you just to kind of, I guess, comment on the point that I mentioned. I can go over it again if that's helpful. But yeah, and if you have any questions for Sergio as well, then they're very welcome.
No, for me is all correct. Thank you very much, Sergio. About your question, Ralph, the analyzed barometers ask about ideological self-placement, which allows us to offer a socio-political map of the Spanish population. There are other political studies. I think I recall that there are currently around 35, more or less, which ask directly about political interest. What we have done in our research is to ask two variables: the variable interest in politics and the variable ideology. As a curious fact, which can lead to new research, we have observed that in surveys of other topics in which political aspects are also asked, respondents tend to leave the study prematurely. And this is all, Ralph.
Okay, that's very interesting. There was a question from Rob Johns. So Rob, I don't know if you can request to, here we go. Yes, I'll just give you permission. Hopefully it'll appear on screen shortly.
Yeah, hi. Thanks very much. And I was particularly interested in Sergio's talk because I'm supervising somebody at the moment who's doing something similar, and I don't understand really what's happening. So I found this very useful. But I had a question. When I see your model, basically, what it seems to call out to me is for something more structural. Now, obviously, there's going to be potential arguments about the causal order of the kinds of variables that you might have. But it does seem one of those situations where there's likely to be a certain deep background orientations, and then there's going to be more short-term evaluations, let's say, and then there's going to be your ultimate dependent variables. So my question really is whether the machine learning approach, which I can totally, insofar as I understand it, see the case for and really like the potential in, is that equally potentially applicable to a more structural context, maybe even more applicable to it, and whether you have any potential to go in that direction yourselves?
Yes, thanks, Rob, for your question. I was thinking of that subject also because when I was analyzing the results, as you can see, each subset of each country is like gathering the information of a lot of waves, at least 4 waves that would comprise a period of more or less 8 years in which a lot of things can change. Some of these variables have a more perdurable or structural profile, as you have stated, and other ones have other more volatile perspective. What I was thinking in a certain way to deal with these differences, one thing that we should remember always in these subjects is that institutional trust or electoral trust in the end relies on this theory of specific and diffuse support coming from citizens. And trying to address the weakness of these models for making or trying to explain myself, I would say that a way in which we would be possibly able to deal with these limitations would be to gather much more periods of time. So making like a kind of consistency of the results that we have been looking or checking at each wave of when the survey was carried out. For all other concerns, I believe that this algorithm and in general terms, all the machine learning techniques have all the potential that we actually need, Rob, because they have been a lot of applications I have also mentioned within the market research field, and I can assure you that they rely on the same structure, they face the same limitations, or they face the same fears. I feel that sometimes we have a lot of doubts about to what extent our findings can be useful for our research. So I would like to, I don't know, maybe gather some other information or more information. There is a lot of information or data available in the EPOP project. I would like to put it under test. And of course, if you want it, we can keep in touch so we can discuss our findings or other techniques or something like that.
Sorry, I clicked on the wrong button to unmute myself. Thanks, Rob. I don't know if you have any follow-ups, but if not, I could ask a couple more questions before we wrap up. It was another question, I guess, a question for each of you again, just to because there's a few things that I'm still interested in, or at least I think we haven't touched on quite from the presentations. So one for Sergio, you just mentioned the kind of time component of the studies, and so I'm assuming, I think from what you've said, that as you say, they covered, I think, was it 8 years of time? I can't remember exactly, and it's kind of 2 year gaps between each study. Go on,
more or less a period of 8 years. Yeah, between 2 years.
And was it? It sounds like it was a cross-sectional design rather than. So it's not following the same individuals, but it's a representative sample of the population at each time point. Is that right? Yeah,
that's right. It's something I forgot to mention. This is a national survey. I mean, the level of inference is at a national level, right?
Yeah.
For example, it has like 1,500 respondents. Sometimes when we, for example, in Peru, want to have a more representative sample, we have bring some other cases from the rural areas of Peru, just for giving you an example. And EPOP has made an enormous effort, at least in the Peruvian case, to deal with this hard work during the field, at least here in Peru, and I would believe that also in Colombia, doing a field research, I mean, even if it's quantitative, a quantitative profile of research is very hard to do it. And they usually end the field work in less than a month. So it's quite good job.
Yeah, that's a quick turnaround. The question that I had was around the treatment of time, I guess, in your model. So I think from your results, the way I'm interpreting it is that you've kind of you've carried out an analysis that is pooled in terms of time. So the kind of different time periods are stacked on top of one another to create a larger sample. But I don't know if I've misunderstood that. It may be, depending on the sample over time, I don't know if this will be possible or not, but it might be interesting to look at, for example, the relationship between the person who's in power or has either the president or the person who has the majority in Congress or in, I'm not so sure on the systems, I'm afraid, but the kind of the partisanship at the elite level and the person's own partisanship, and see how that affects. I know you looked at supported the winner or not. And maybe there was only one change of government in the time period you're looking at, and so that would make sense. But I'm just wondering, there might be quite an interesting dynamic, seeing as you have the data over time. You could look at the kind of dynamic relationship with electoral trust and their own kind of political preferences, because I know that, for example, in the US, you find quite strong results depending on who won as to whether or not people trust the election process. You only have to look at what the Republican Party are currently doing to get that sense. And I imagine the same might apply in other countries. So it's just a thought in terms of that. I might just ask a question for Virgilio and then hand over to you both before I kind of wrap up the session. And it was just one regarding, you mentioned the relationships between kind of political interest by level of education, which was a really clear pattern, one which is a particular interest to my own research and is seen in various other countries as well. So it's nice to see it kind of reinforced by your data. And then also with kind of different geographic region so that was really interesting to see. I was just wondering if you'd looked at any other kind of demographic explanations. I know obviously age and time were included in your kind of visualizations, but if there's anything else that you'd found in terms of kind of the relationship between different individual characteristics and political interest. So with that, I'll hand over to, I think, Sergio, if you want to answer first, and then just the same order as before.
Yes, the relationship between citizenship or the electorate and on one hand, and on the other hand, the political elite, as you have mentioned, at least in the Peruvian case, is very relevant. I would assume that you don't know much about Peruvian politics, but I would say that, for example, winning the national or the presidential election does not mean, for example, having a major representative in the Congress. It's not something that is very linked between these two factors. And for what I can tell, besides this particularity of the Peruvian elections processes, is that also the second round of our elections tends to be decided by which candidate is the worst, not which one is the best. That has happened over the last 15 years. And that's true because we have been facing the possibility of having Keiko Fujimori as president. She is a daughter of our former president, Alberto, the dictator. For example, during the last administration, Kuczynski was our president, but with a very low representation in the Congress and a vast majority of representatives or Congress persons coming from Fujimori. So, for example, a lot of concerns that our electorate or our population have is the role of the Congress in our politic arena. And it would be very interesting to see how these interactions as one person thinking on one hand in the president, and on the other hand, thinking about the role of the Congress or the approval of the Congress would be very, very interesting to test it. And the other thing is that during this period of time that has been selected for this study, at least in Peru and in Colombia, we have elected another president. This means that we had, for example, in 2012, one president, and we have definitely changed that president in the meantime. I mean, 4 years later, we have changed president. In Peru, it's not possible to go for another successive election. I'm not sure how you say it, but you can only be a candidate one time. You can be elected, and the next election you are not allowed to present your formula. I'm not sure if that is the same in the Colombian case, but I have to check that. And of course, your comments have been very helpful, Rolf.
Very interesting. Thanks very much for joining us and sharing the findings. Virgilio, I'll hand over to you on that question if there's any other comments or anything, and then I'll wrap up.
No, I think is everything is a communication very interesting about Sergio, and for me is all correct. Thank you, Ralph.
Yes, great. So thanks everyone. Thanks for joining us. We may wrap up a minute or two early, but that gives us more time to get a drink, a cup of tea or a coffee before the next session. So yeah, great to see everyone. Hope to see you all at EPOP or another conference in person one day soon. But thanks to all for coming and for sharing your insight.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Virgilio.
Bye-bye.
Welcome everyone to this panel, which I'm happy to kind of guest chair. This was a proposed panel, and it's called Biases in Public Opinion, Heroes, Women, MPs, and the Political System. So it's a featured panel. The first presentation is of Ekaterina Kolpinskaya and Laszlo Horvath, but unfortunately both couldn't make it for urgent reasons. So what we now plan to do is to show a video of their presentation. So they pre-recorded their paper presentation. Now the best way to do that, we figured out, was to give you a link to a presentation in Dropbox, and you can immediately directly play the video from this location. So I'm now putting in a link in the chat function of the session. So I hope everyone can see that. The presentation is 17 minutes, so I propose to be back here after 17 minutes or 18 minutes. We'll see if everyone is ready then. So I don't know if any of the other panel participants would like to say a little bit more about this proposed panel before we start watching the video. Joe?
I can do that very quickly. So yeah, just to say that the basis for this panel, in addition to the kind of thematic link of biases in public opinion, which was kind of happenstance, actually, just lucky that we all had that kind of element to our presentations, was that all of these presentations are unified by the fact that they've stemmed from the EPOP YouGov questions competition. So all of the presentations you're going to see in the coming hour and a half will be using data that was gathered via YouGov, stemming from that competition earlier this year. So yeah, I think we were all really pleased to have that opportunity. So thanks to EPOP, and thanks to EPOP also for facilitating this panel at the conference as well.
Thanks very much, Joe. It's good to have that introduction to the panel indeed, to provide a bit of context. So I now propose that we all follow the link to the first presentation, and then we can come back after 17, 18 minutes. Yeah, let me know in the chat if anything is not right or if you can't play the video. I finished watching the video. I don't know about anyone else. We could slowly proceed, if so, unless people say stop. I need a few more minutes. I think we can come back, and if not, you can still watch the video at the later point, of course. Many thanks to Ekaterina for recording this video at such short notice. I'm quite jealous of her video recording, online lecture video recording skills, I must say. I thought that was very good. Yeah, so if you have any questions, it might be best. Well, maybe some of the themes can be discussed later in the general discussion, but if you have any questions or remarks or comments, then of course you can get in touch with them directly. But for now, I'd like to continue with the paper that is presented by Lottie, I presume. So working hard or hardly working, gender and voter evaluations of legislator productivity. Very nice title.
Thank you. Always got to have a punny title. Let me share my screen. Okay, 1 second. Okay, can everybody see that okay? Or someone say yes?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, great. Oh, hang on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so hello, my name is Lottie Hargrave and I'm a third year PhD candidate in the Department of Political Science at UCL. I'm presenting on joint work with Jess Smith, who's a lecturer at Southampton, who I'm very jealous is currently at a festival. So she's having lots of fun, which is great. But I'm presenting on our joint work called Working Hard or Hardly Working, Gender and Voter Evaluations of Legislative Productivity. So in our work, we are interested in identifying whether women politicians have to sort of work harder than men in office to be evaluated the same. And to test this, we fielded a conjoint experiment with YouGov, where we varied the achievements and productivity of UK MPs in office to identify whether there is gender bias in how voters judge MP job performance. So we now have good evidence that when women run for office, they kind of win at the same rates as men. However, although there's now this sort of equality in election outcomes, this overshadows this kind of more subtle type of bias. And that's that the women who run for office are on sort of average better qualified than the men who run. So when running for office in the US, we have sort of several observational studies that have shown that the women who run have sort of stronger professional profiles or more political experience and are better educated than the men that run. And recent experimental work by Nicole Bauer in the US has shown that at the candidate level, women have to have these sort of stronger qualifications when running in order to overcome voter stereotypes. So how do these dynamics operate once in office? Again, US-based observational work has shown that actually once in office, women do outperform their male colleagues in sort of sponsoring legislation, securing federal funding, and in constituency responsiveness. So our focus really is on whether women need to do this, so whether women need to work harder in office in order to kind of overcome voter bias. And we're interested in this in the legislative context specifically. So we ask if women legislators have to sort of work harder than men to be rewarded by voters, and then conversely, if they face a greater punishment for being unproductive in office. So our approach to testing this, we designed a conjoint experiment where we presented voters in the UK with paired profiles describing MPs at the end of their first parliamentary term. And we manipulated the legislative achievements, gender and party of the MPs to assess whether there was gender bias in voter judgments of sort of the performance and electability of MPs. So what are our expectations? A wealth of work historically has found that there is sort of gender bias in how voters perceive and evaluate both women politicians and candidates. And this gender bias can manifest in sort of more outright forms and in subtler forms. And in our project, we're interested in kind of testing for both of these things. So our first expectation is one of these sort of outright forms of gender bias. And that's simply that a voter will prefer a candidate if they're a man than if they are a woman. And then our second expectation is a sort of subtler form of bias. So as I've said already, in our design, we vary the objective performance in office of MPs. And then we expect that this relationship between performance in office and evaluations will not be the same for men and women, but rather that women will have to sort of do more to reap the same rewards. So there's recent experimental work on the US and Australia by Rose DeGao and others that have found that male and female executives are afforded the same credit for good performance in office. And we expect the same here. So we expect that bias will be sort of most present in evaluations of sort of poor or middling performing MPs, but actually not in the sort of highly productive MPs. So our second expectation is that gender differences in voter ratings of MP electability and job performance will be largest for unproductive MPs. So aside from gender bias, I said already that we vary the party of MPs. So we're also interested in looking for partisan bias in voter evaluations. So previous research has shown that voters' partisanship can affect how they interpret political events and facts and motivate who they blame for poor performance. So we expect that voters will be less critical of poor performance in office and more rewarding of good performance from an MP who is from their own party than an MP from a different party. Okay. So moving on to the design, we tested our expectations with a forced choice conjoint experiment. So in the experiment, we tasked respondents with reading 2 short texts that described the performance of 2 MPs at the end of their first parliamentary term. And we varied the quality of the MP's performance, their gender and their party. And as with everyone else on this panel, we fielded this with approximately 1,700 members of the YouGov UK online panel in June 2021. So here are the attributes from the conjoint design. So first, we obviously have gender, where we had male or female. We have party, where we have Labour and Conservative. And then we have our 4 measures of sort of activities that MPs engage in at Westminster. So the first is committee membership, and this is whether an MP didn't sit on any parliamentary committees or they did. And then we have issue campaigning. So this is whether they were unsuccessful at campaigning for issues or successful at campaigning for issues. Then we have voting and legislation. So this is whether they were sort of less or more productive than the average MP at attending votes and proposing changes to legislation. And then finally, we have constituency responsiveness. So this is whether they were rarely or often raising their constituents' concerns when debating in Parliament. So here's an example of the prompt that respondents saw. As you'll see, this is in sort of vignette style rather than the traditional table form of a conjoint. All attributes were sampled with replacement across respondents, and then from respondent to respondent, we also randomized the order of the bullet points. So whether you saw kind of constituencies first or committees first. Okay, so we asked 3 questions to the respondents that served as our outcomes in the results I'll show you in a minute. The first is simply the voter's preference in the forced choice decision making. Then next, for each MP, we asked the voter to rate the likelihood that they thought that MP would be re-elected, and this is on a 0 to 7 scale. And then third, again for each MP, we asked the voter to rate how well they thought the MP was handling their job. And again, this was on a 0 to 7 scale. Okay, so the results. These are estimated average marginal component effects, so the standard conjoint analysis. Of each of our MP attribute levels compared to the baseline level of that attribute. So moving on to the findings, I guess it's good news that our design worked, or it's good news that voters clearly like MPs when they are productive versus unproductive. So for each of our 4 measures of productivity, we see that MPs prefer the MP if they have the good attributes. And interestingly, we see that the magnitude of this effect actually differs a little bit depending on the parliamentary activity that we look at. So I think probably quite unsurprisingly, we see that voters care most about MPs being active in raising the kind of concerns of the constituency in Parliament. And this is very much what we would expect based on kind of observational and experimental work in the UK that's shown that kind of politicians dedicate a lot of time to these sorts of activities and that voters really value this. And then next we see that voters care most about MPs being successful in campaigning for issues. then about attending votes and proposing changes to legislation. And then finally, we see that kind of being on a committee versus not being on a committee is our sort of smallest effect for the parliamentary productivity measures. Turning to gender, so the point estimate actually suggests that voters harbour a slight preference for female over male MPs, but this isn't a significant effect. So we actually don't find what we expect here. This was our first expectation, that voters would prefer a male to a female MP. We see kind of no evidence of this here. And then finally for party, we also see no evidence that voters prefer kind of a Labour or Conservative MPs. The point estimate suggests Conservative, but again, it's not statistically significant. Okay, so moving on to our measures of electability and job performance. So just to explain a little bit the analysis behind this, in order to get this sort of scale of objective performance, we combined for each MP profile shown how many of the positive attributes that MP was given. So the worst performing MP has 0, so that's that they didn't sit on committees, that they were rarely talking about their constituency, and then a 4 is that they got sort of all of the good attributes. We then interacted that with the MP gender to see where the sort of ratings of electability and job performance differ by MP gender. Again, the punchline is that they clearly don't. In both the right and left-hand panels, we see that the relationship between electability and perceived performance and objective performance is basically identical for male and female MPs. So actually, for our second expectation, we see very little evidence of this kind of subtler gender bias going on either. So our final set of results are on partisan bias. So this is that voters would be less critical of poor performance in office and more rewarding of good performance in office if the MP was from their own party rather than from a different party. So the left-hand panel shows the relationship between performance and electability for when the MP and the voter are from the same party and when they're not. And here we see some evidence of what we expect. So it's not all null results. So the orange dashed line shows when there's sort of congruence between MP and voters' party. And here we see that poor performing MPs are rated approximately a sort of point higher on the electability scale if they are kind of party congruent than if they're not. But interestingly, we see that this gap sort of narrows as the MP becomes more productive. So once we reach a sort of 3 on the performance scale, there's no longer really differences in the evaluations. And then interestingly, in the right-hand panel, which shows job performance, we see some evidence of the opposite trend. So here we see that there's little difference between kind of congruent and incongruent MPs and voters when the MP is poor performing, but for sort of middling or high performing MPs, we see that there's about a half a scale point difference. Summing up, we see kind of little evidence of gender bias, but we do see some evidence of partisan bias in how voters evaluate MP performance in office. So quickly returning to our expectations. As I've already said, for all of our gender expectations, we don't find any evidence of what we were expecting. So we don't see any evidence of any outright gender bias, and we don't see any evidence of this sort of subtler kind of gender bias either. But for party bias, we do see some evidence to support what we expected. So we see that this differs a little bit, though, depending on whether we're looking at electability or job performance. So to conclude, we asked whether women have to work harder in office to be evaluated the same as men. And to test this question, we designed a forced choice conjoint experiment where we varied the gender, party, and productivity of an MP on a range of Westminster-based activities. So aside from the kind of the null results disappointment, the takeaway of this is quite positive, right? Like we see no evidence of either outright or subtle gender bias in how voters in the UK evaluate MPs' performance in office. So this is, I guess, kind of a hopeful finding. But we do see some evidence of partisan bias. So we see that when voters and the MP are from the same party, they rate poor performing MPs higher on electability, and they rate high performing MPs as higher on job performance. And we also find some sort of intuitive results with respect to how voters like MPs to dedicate their time and effort. So we see that constituency responsiveness matters most, which again aligns with sort of previous work on the UK. So I just wanted to finish by with a few thoughts on sort of why we have these no results, so why we might see no evidence of gender bias in our project. And the first could be that we focus only on sort of parliamentary activities, and there may be gendered effects on sort of when we look at other things that MPs do in their jobs. So for example, constituency service or casework. And at least anecdotally, it's felt that women MPs are thought to sort of dedicate more time and effort to this than men. And so maybe one possible reason could be that if we looked at this kind of activity, which is highly valued by voters, maybe women dedicate more time and effort to this, and there might be gender bias here. Obviously, we can't say from that based on what we've done, but kind of, I guess we encourage others to go and have a look. And then the next is that we, I guess, focus only on bias in evaluations of sort of incumbent politicians, and there might be effects at the candidate stage. As I said at the beginning, work by Nicole Bauer in the US does suggest that this is the case, but again, we can't really know this from our design at least. And then finally, the theory that we draw on from the beginning is only from the US context. So I guess it's possible that this kind of gender bias documented in the US maybe doesn't apply in the UK case in the same way. And there might be good reasons for this. So for example, the UK has more experience with women executives and has sort of historically had more women in the legislature than the US has. So it could be one possible reason. And interestingly, our findings do align with previous recent experimental work on the UK that's also found little evidence of sort of gender bias in voter evaluations. So again, we obviously can't know just from our study. We kind of encourage others, I suppose, to go and test these theories outside the US to find out how much this is the case. So thank you very much for listening. Jess and I have just got the first draft of this paper together, so we're very much looking forward to kind of any comments, questions, or suggestions that you might have.
Thanks, Lotte. That was excellent. Thanks very much for that great presentation. If there are any questions, you can put them in the Q&A tab. What I did last panel is I can also invite any people with questions to come on the stage. That might be kind of nicer rather than me reading them out. But for now, you can already put the questions in the Q&A. But let's first move to the final paper. And I presume it's presented by Joe because he just joined the stage. The relationship between explanations for inequality and external political efficacy is the title, if that's still true, that is.
Great, thank you very much. So I'll share my screen now, which hopefully will work. Do let me know if there's any technical issues, obviously. Can you see that?
Yes, could you try and flick through the...
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. It should be working.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone who's attending this panel as well. And thanks to Lot and to Katia for great preceding presentations. I'm going to present on behalf of a group of us who are working on this project. So that's Alona Dolinsky, who's at University College Dublin, and my colleague Stephanie Reher at Strathclyde, and also Christine Stednitz at LSE. And as already mentioned, we're looking at the relationship between explanations for inequality and external political efficacy. So obviously we're going to start with a little bit of why bother with this, essentially. And our main question is, as the title suggests, what is the relationship between these two things? There's very little research on this, as I'll come on to shortly. But the reason we think it's important is that obviously people's judgments of the efficacy of the political system are important in themselves. So negative evaluations of the political system imply that it might not be functioning very well and may contribute to disengagement from politics. So if we can find influences on on these assessments of external political efficacy, then they themselves are important. And the reason we think that people's explanations for inequality might be one of these influences is that we conceive of it as of those beliefs as sort of core ideological beliefs or lower order beliefs. So pretty fundamental stuff, these kind of our understandings of how society works and how people get ahead or don't get ahead in society. As I've mentioned, there are not a great number of studies looking at this relationship. The sort of stepping off point was an article by Osborne et al. In 2015 that found a positive relationship between system justifying beliefs, which we measure, I'll come on to this, which we measure through sort of individual explanations for inequality and external political efficacy. So in other words, people who think society works well in general and is quite fair also believed that politics was more responsive. But they actually argued that the causal order was the other way round, so that in fact it's this sort of assessment of the political system working well or okay that drives people's beliefs that society must be working okay. And of course, there's an important caveat here, which is that they were specifically working with, their sample was Maori people in New Zealand. So then I looked at this relationship in the UK and the United States using ANES data for the US and my own survey data for Great Britain, and found a similar positive relationship in Great Britain, but not in the United States. And I found Osborne's idea et al.'s idea of the causal direction to be less convincing, and so I thought maybe it went the other way and used system justifying beliefs, system justification theory as well as the basis for that argument. So really the question here is, less of a question is whether this relationship exists. We hope to affirm that it does, but what we're really interested in is which direction it goes. So are we going to observe this relationship again is our first question. We hope we do, of course, to sort of affirm these previous findings. But is it the case that one set of beliefs, i.e. reasons for inequality, people's understandings of the reasons for inequality, drives the other, in this case external political efficacy, or vice versa? Or does one influence the other more than is the opposite case? So our argument is, because we treat beliefs about the reasons for inequality as sort of core ideological beliefs, is that they will be driving external political efficacy. So in other words, what we're getting at here is that people learn pretty early in life what it is that they think gets people ahead in society. So they might be taught by their parents or at school that, if you work hard, you're going to get ahead in life. Or, well, actually, a lot of what affects whether you get ahead or not is to do with sort of structural constraints. So it might not be termed like that to a child, but, some people have it easier than others, essentially, and it's easier for them to get ahead because of their background. It might be about their parents' education or the money they have or their gender or their ethnicity. And so our expectation is that people with what we call individual explanations for inequality, such as hard work and ambition, will be more positive about the political system. So because they think, look, society is basically fair, it's meritocratic, you get ahead if you work hard and have ambition, they also think, well, so politics must be doing a decent job of managing inequality because the right people are getting ahead. And also we think that they might think that the people who end up in politics are there based at least to some degree on merit. So they expect the system to work reasonably well. Whereas people who think that there are structural explanations for inequality based on things like family background and education and wealth, will be thinking, well, actually, it's not necessarily the most talented or hardworking people who get ahead. And so society is not necessarily working that well. And therefore, we think maybe politics isn't managing this too well. And the people who are in politics might not be the best qualified to be in politics. And therefore, we don't think the political system will necessarily be working very well. So that's the basis for our expectation of the causal direction. And this links to system justification theory, which basically posits that some people hold a general tendency to view social systems as working well. And we think that the most general of those, society, is the one that then influences specific views of more sort of tangible systems, such as the political system. So our data, again, we're using YouGov data as mentioned previously in previous presentations, and we also run a survey experiment, but we run it in a slightly different way. So it's a survey question order experiment. And the basis for us doing this is that we think, essentially, if you prime people, if you show them questions about why inequality exists in society first, and you remind them of these beliefs, and it's these beliefs that drive their views of the efficacy of the political system, then we would expect a closer relationship between those two things, because they think, oh, society works well. Then you ask them about politics and they go, oh, well, politics must work well too, because I'm already thinking about how society does. Whereas if the alternative is actually true, then we would expect a closer relationship when they're first thinking about politics. And of course, the counter argument is we don't expect views of inequality to change much when people are reminded about politics, because our argument is that views of inequality are themselves these core views. So we ask essentially two sets of questions, one about inequality, one set about the political system, and we vary the order of those questions. So the explanations for inequality question is similar to ones that have been fielded in other surveys before, and basically just asking people why they think people get ahead in life and asking them to rate a series of possible explanations for some people getting ahead and others not, on a 0 to 10 scale. Of course, the specific explanations, the order of them was randomized. And then our external political efficacy measure was, again, 3 commonly used questions about how people think the political system works on a 5-point scale this time instead. And they're specifically questions about sort of how responsive the political system is to the public. And then, of course, the data also includes sort of pretty standard controls that come with most YouGov data. So we include those in our models. And we have 5 hypotheses, which I will attempt to summarize, reasonably briefly. So the first hypothesis is just essentially that we expect to see this positive relationship between individual explanations for political participation and external political efficacy. And H1B is just the logical sort of counterpoint to that. So they sort of go in tandem. And then our second hypothesis is the first one that deals with causal order. But we detach that hypothesis about causal order from whether it's a positive or negative relationship, and essentially just say that we expect to see a stronger relationship when people are first primed on their beliefs about inequality. We then sort of have 2 more stringent hypotheses that are about the direction as well. So in other words, that we expect to see a stronger positive relationship between individual explanations for inequality and external political efficacy when people are first primed on their beliefs about inequality. So that is essentially what we're testing. Before I show you the results of the regressions, it's worth noting that rather than using each explanation for inequality individually, we did a factor analysis, a confirmatory factor analysis that showed a single underlying dimension for these explanations for inequality. And as we anticipated, ambition and hard work, which we call individual explanations for political for inequality in society, are opposed to a whole host of other structural explanations for inequality, such as well-educated parents, wealthy family, ethnicity, gender, and religion. And similarly, as we expected, the 3 external political efficacy measures also load onto a factor. So in the analyses I'm about to show you, what we're using are OLS regressions with these 2 factor scores as the key independent and dependent variables. So here we go. So this is rough and ready. We're yet to sort of refine our regressions. As I'll come on to at the end, there's a few things we need to do, but just to sort of give you a sense, the first thing is that up here you can see the individual explanations for inequality. This factor score is indeed positively and significantly related to external political efficacy. However, the inequality prime is not significantly related to it and is positive. I'll come on to a little bit of interpretation about what the prime effect is in a second. And when we add the interaction between explanations for inequality and the prime, that is also insignificant. So in other words, one of the key takeaways here is that priming doesn't appear to have a major effect on people's ratings of external political efficacy. But more confoundingly, when we actually look at the nature of that relationship, we see that it is a larger relationship that we observe when people are first primed on efficacy. So when people first answer the questions about external political efficacy, the relationship between that and their explanations for inequality becomes closer than when they are first primed on their views of inequality or their views of the reasons for inequality. So this is very much counter to our expectations, even though it's not significant. So our initial findings are, therefore, that there is indeed a positive relationship between individual explanations for inequality and external political efficacy, and this corroborates the findings of both the papers I mentioned at the outset. But the priming effect is firstly not significant and actually runs in the opposite direction to how we had hypothesized. So there is a closer relationship between these two things when we first prime on external political efficacy than when we first prime on people's beliefs about inequality, which leads me to conclusions and next steps, which I want to spend a little bit of time on. I've already sort of summarized what the results are. So I'll cut to the next steps, which are firstly that we need to deal with the missing values. So when we include controls, including income in particular, we lose a lot of the cases in our data. So we're going to have to think about either multiple imputation or something like that, but it's also worth pointing out that a lot of these results are replicated when we run simple models. We might also want to consider using a stronger prime if we think it's, the theory that we've put forward at the outset is strong enough to think that there should in fact be a relationship as we hypothesize. Then we might want to retest this using a stronger prime. But really what I want to throw out there to audience members and other presenters is, why might we be seeing this opposite relationship? If in fact it turns out, for instance, when we do include all cases in the analysis that it is significant, why might it be the case that external political efficacy is more of a driver of beliefs about the reasons for inequality in society than vice versa? So we've got some sort of tentative answers to that, and obviously Osborne et al. Have a reasonably well-developed answer to that as well, which maybe we should, or I in particular, I think, should give more credit to. So I'd be very interested to hear people's views on that. And then crucially, the final question I want to ask is whether or not this all matters. The reason I ask that is because I told a friend about this who's a political campaigner, and they essentially said, so what you're telling me is that right-wing people are right-wing. Like this was just not a finding whatsoever as far as they were concerned. So I did my best to explain why this might be an interesting finding. And so I want to finish very quickly explaining where this sort of idea came from, which was a conversation with another friend many years ago who's a primary school teacher about the kids in their class and the parents of their children. And basically this friend of mine was extremely positive about the children and felt really sorry for the children who he could see didn't have sort of parents who were able to support them in their educational endeavors. But he was absolutely withering about the parents. So it was obviously this very interesting moment as far as he was concerned when a person became responsible for their outcomes. So the children were not, they needed to be supported. But once you became an adult, that was it, you were responsible for your outcomes. And this affected sort of all of his positions on what he thought sort of education policy should be and what he thought sort of policy on support for parents should be. And so it struck me at that time that you know, people's beliefs about the drivers of inequality are just really important, and they should have these important sort of policy implications. And so therefore, it's additionally surprising that in fact, it might be that people's views about the political system drive their beliefs about inequality. So that's why I thought this was interesting, and that's why I think we collectively think this is interesting, because there is this this sort of reason to believe it theoretically to be interesting and important. But I'm wondering what views of that are amongst the audience. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Joe, for another excellent presentation. Maybe all the presenters can come and the paper writers can come on the stage if they request to share their video and audio. And I open the floor to any questions that there may be. Stephanie is joining, Stephanie Reyer. Would you like to ask a question? Or are you one of the team also? Yeah, you are.
Both actually. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've not used this platform this way before. Yeah, I do actually have a question. I don't know if I should go first, but I think there are questions in the chat. Yeah, to Lottie, this is a really interesting study, really fascinating that you don't find those effects. I recently, in a survey experiment as well, didn't find any gender effects on candidate evaluations, and found that quite interesting, because it's really not what I expected based on, like you said, a lot of literature that comes mostly from the US. I had a thought that you kind of addressed then in your last slide. I was thinking maybe because the stereotypes of women politicians, or women more generally, are that they're more caring and so on, that maybe people would expect that, or would want them to do more constituency work, and would maybe expect them to be better at it as well. But you do have that in your experiment, right, as one of the factors. So I was just wondering whether you've looked at whether the results are different when you look at the different specific types of performance. And then I was also wondering to what extent it's not so much the evaluation of MPs based on objective criteria that's biased, but the perceptions of the performance in the first place, because voters, I think, very often don't have this very kind of objective, I guess, judgment, kind of expert judgment that you give them about how productive MPs are, and that maybe also even when they do receive that information, it might be quite often from the media, and that might already be biased as well, and that maybe as a result of that, we would still see inequalities in or biases in how MPs are evaluated, but that the source of that is sort of in an earlier stage of that evaluation process.
I have in the audience, thanks very much for the question. I have a follow-up question from Rob Johns, who may also want to join the stage if you can find the right buttons. Yes, there he comes.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to everyone involved. Yeah, I mean, I had a very similar kind of question, and I think I've got two things to say, I think. One is that, and I'm the last person who's entitled to ever criticize on this, but this to me had a slight flavor of conjoint experiments are all the rage. So let's do a conjoint experiment about this and test for bias in an interaction. But I think that is just, it's too subtle a form of bias. And as Steffi says, you're telling them about what is done as opposed to finding out what the perceptions are. But the second point, which is more important really, is my priors, I suppose, would be that there very much wouldn't be gender bias on this, or if that there is, it would be in favour of female candidates. And the question that I'm really interested in is how much that is true, even if we asked about women in any kind of job, because I certainly don't see there being a general prejudice that, maybe this is classic male kind of obliviousness to prejudice, but I would be surprised if the general prejudice was that women are lazier and less likely to work. But I'd be interested if that's particularly true in jobs which, almost by definition, they've had to work a damn sight harder to get into, like politics. So if you were doing another experiment, I think it would be fascinating to kind of vary the gender, but vary the kind of profession, and then ask for people's perceptions about hard work that you haven't actually talked about, but just giving various other bits of relevant and distracting information. Because I think that's where the real micro foundations of this lie. And it would be really interesting to see. It could be depressing or it could be heartening, but I think it would be interesting either way.
Great, Lothar, would you like to respond?
Yeah, great. Thank you all for your questions. I'll try and take them from top to bottom. Stephanie, yeah, I'm about to field another experiment on not this exactly, but in the UK and on gender bias, and I'm hoping that one's not going to be a null as well. But it does seem, as Florian said, that seems to be the case now, that many of these experiments do actually find null gender effects. So yeah, on the constituency question, yes, we did the analysis where we looked at whether there was gender on that attribute in particular. There isn't. It's also not significant. We might be running into issues with power at that point, but it's not significant. But yeah, that's where you would think that you would find the gender effect. So we do look at constituency, but we look at raising the constituency's issues in parliamentary debate, whereas that kind of gendered element of it might be more like sitting down in an office, you know, in your constituency with voters. And this does fit with kind of stereotypes about women in the communality. I think it would be really interesting to look at that, particularly as like voters tend to be more aware of what people are doing in the constituency. So if they pay more attention to that information, maybe we're more sensitive to the fact that women might not be doing it well, if indeed they aren't doing it well. But anyway, interesting, and someone else should look at it. Yes, absolutely. In terms of we're providing this to them in factual ways. This gets discussed in the Rose DeGalle paper that looks at this in executives' performance in office in the US and Australia. And they discuss that basically, like, when do voters ever go on They Work For You and look at, like, this person turned up to this many votes, or this person. So yes, you're probably right. And particularly as we have evidence that sort of media coverage of women has in the past been biased in the UK. So it might be that even when women do more, we get sort of reports of them that that they're not doing it as well, or something like that. But again, we can't know. But it's an interesting thing to think about. Rob, on your question about you wouldn't expect the bias to be against women, do you mean because the expectation is that they might be worse, and therefore when women do well, we're sort of impressed by performance? Was that your expectation? You said you expected the opposite. Sorry, just to clarify.
I think people's I think there's two levels to this. One is just in general in life. If you ask people which gender would you say is more hardworking, male or female, I'd be interested to know, but my guess would be that, I mean, my bet would be that women would do slightly better than men out of that. But I may be totally wrong about that. But when we specifically move to politicians, which is, I think, a role that nearly everybody would have a sense that it was more difficult for women to get into, then I think the expectation would be that they actually work harder. That these were a harder working set of individuals, because the men kind of like can roll up and they don't need to do anything to have got in there, and then they can continue not doing anything, whereas that's much more difficult for female politicians. So my guess would be that, you know, the information that you gave, you randomized, if people were just providing it themselves or asked to guess, they would have assumed that the females were working harder.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I mean, obviously, I can't say from what we've done, but when there's actually stuff on the UK and further afield, when they look at kind of women politicians' own perceptions of this, there's a study on Sweden that looks at this, and it finds that women have more anxiety in office and they feel the need to do more. So I think what you're saying is probably right, that women are more aware that they need to do this. Yeah, basically, it's an interesting point. It's something to think through. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. Florian Foos posted something in the Q&A box also, refers to an article of Schwartz and Kobox. I don't know, Florian, if you'd like to say a little bit more about that, or whether this was, yeah, there he comes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Also, great set of papers. Unfortunately, I missed part of actually this presentation because I came a bit late. But yeah, no, I just thought that, I mean, yours is a bit different, right? Because it's about MP performance, not about kind of candidate choice, and just kind of because there was a suggestion of doing, conjoined experiment. And so there has been quite a bit of work, I think, when it comes to candidate choice. And I think it seems to be the case that, if you ask people in a kind of hypothetical, choice situation, then you don't really find gender bias, or even gender bias goes, that's basically the finding of the Schwartz and Kobox paper the other way, on average. Now, so there must be something about, but it's a bit of an odd finding, right? I think maybe it has to do something. I just wanted to ask you, maybe it has to do something with the artificial context in which this type of choices are made. That might contribute to that, but I'm not 100% sure of how to kind of make that choice situation more realistic. See what I mean? Yeah, just as a thought.
Yeah, the artificial choice thing is difficult. I think there's also a bunch of work on this. So that paper I think is not specifically around looking at stereotype evaluations, but there's a bunch of work that's found that voters do still stereotype women, but it's only certain kinds of voters, and it's only under certain kinds of conditions. So if the kind of the policy context is around economic policy or in the times of terror, then sort of stereotypes come to be, but actually just under kind of average times they don't. So I think I'm also right in thinking that paper finds that older studies used to find gender effects and that newer studies don't. But anyway, it's interesting, and I think there's a very rich debate in the literature on sort of gender bias and gender stereotyping at the moment of whether we really do still see these views in voters or not. Yeah, it's interesting. Something I'm struggling with in other work observationally as well. Yeah.
Thanks very much. If there are no other questions, I'd like to ask a question to maybe actually both Lottie and Joe, I suppose. To what extent these findings are typical for the British case? I'm a comparative European scholar, so sorry for asking that question about how can we sort of, or is there anything known about whether these findings could be representative of other European countries? In particular, if I think about the perceptions of inequality that might be different in more less Anglo-Saxon free market context in various European countries. So that would be my question. So Joe, perhaps would you like to start?
Yep, sure. So thanks very much. So the first thing to say is, of course, as I mentioned in the presentation, that this has been done in New Zealand and the US, but as you say, that's all Anglo-Saxon, although of course the sample in New Zealand was Maori people, so that's necessarily fit that bill. So, but to answer your question, my suspicion is, and I think it would be fascinating to investigate this, my suspicion is that what might vary would be the kinds of structural explanations that people choose. So in other words, in some countries, some types of structural inequality are more salient than others. So what I think is probably particular to Britain is people's willingness to emphasize things to do with background, this word that lots of people use, I think, in the British context. So, what's your background? Which essentially is class, right? That, this idea that class is this prominent thing in British politics, right? And so whereas, let's say, to take an example, France, you might find that people would be more willing to talk about, or indeed less, depending on their political perspective, about ethnic inequality, right? And that might be a more salient part of French politics. But my point is that whatever the kind of particular structural thing that people emphasize, I would still probably expect this basic division between, like, you get where you are because you worked hard and it's all about your individual sort of traits, or you get where you are because of something structural, basically. So that would be my expectation. I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure, thanks. Yeah. Lotte, would you perhaps like to reflect on this? If not, that's fine.
No, sure. So in terms of common for the British case, I guess what we find does probably align with what work there is, existing experimental work there is in the UK, both in terms of how voters like MPs to spend their time. So there's these experiments by Rosie Campbell and others that have found, voters like the constituency efforts more than they like sort of Westminster efforts. And there's not that many of these kinds of experiments in the UK that look at gender bias, but there was a recent study by Anna Weeks and others that looked at bias and perceptions of sort of ambition. And they find that in the UK, there's no evidence that voters are sort of gender biased and women being ambitious, but in the US there are. And similarly, this work by kind of Rose DeGaulle that looks at the US and Australia finds that there is gender bias in the US case, but there isn't in the Australian case. So I guess tentatively, maybe it seems that like there is something going on where this is a bit of a US phenomenon and it's not as true in other cases. But I don't know of any work on kind of Western European democracies beyond the UK. But it would be, I'm very in favor of people doing more of this work to find out, I think.
Great, thanks very much. Are there any other questions from the audience? We still technically have 15 minutes left. Or any questions, more questions to each other from the panelists and authors?
I've been pondering your questions some more. And now I'm thinking also that there might be another factor, which is also the level of inequality. So I suppose maybe we would expect to see more of a differentiation between people with different explanations for inequality when inequality is in fact a big deal in that society, right? Because you're not going to really bother expending a great deal of effort trying to explain something that doesn't exist in your society. So we wouldn't maybe necessarily, the classic case of Scandinavian countries with lower levels of inequality, maybe wouldn't expect to see a great divide between people with different explanations for inequality there, because it wouldn't necessarily be salient. So maybe the two conditions are, firstly, that there is some inequality, and secondly, that the driver of that inequality may vary from place to place, or people perceive the driver to vary.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
If I can quickly jump in, I think also the extent to which politicians might be perceived to be in politics for reasons of merit or structural reasons because they went to the right university. Like that's not even, in many European countries, that's not even a concept, right? That you go to a particular uni or a particular school. There aren't even a lot of private schools in a lot of places. So I can imagine that that would also differ between different countries. But then, for instance, in France, I think that might be maybe a little bit more like in the UK as compared to, for instance, Germany or Scandinavian countries. So maybe we should try to run it somewhere else as well.
Some scope for further research, yeah. Great, okay. Are there any final comments or thoughts? Otherwise, we can wrap it up. Thanks very much for the interesting panel. Also to Ekaterina, who was so good to upload a recorded presentation. And next thing on this, there's a short break at 15:15, but we can have it now. And the next panel session will be at 15:30. That's the final set of panels, and then the keynote book launch is on the British General Elections study, and that's at 5:15. And then after, I don't know if anyone is in London or close to East London, because we'll go for a few drinks afterwards. But unfortunately, I see a lot of shaking heads. But otherwise, we will be in the Blind Beggar at 7 o'clock. Okay, thanks very much for these interesting presentations and the questions and the answers, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for sharing.
Thanks for sharing. Bye.
Okay, this is why we are here. We have a new book out, almost out. We are told the electronic version is already on the market. The printed one still needs a couple of days to appear. And we are here to inform you about it and whet your appetite to read it if you haven't yet, as our two discussants already have. Okay, Keith, background of it all. Yeah. So this book has a long history. It started out as a plan and as an action, a cost action that was preparing the material grounds for it in 2009. Cost is a European research funding organization, which today I believe is part of the Horizon program, if I'm not mistaken. This cost action ran out in 2014. It brought together 200 plus individual researchers from 27 European member countries, plus Turkey, I should say, if that is not counted as part of Europe. An important task and part of the work plan of this cost action was the post-harmonization, restructuring, and merging. Okay, now we are, and merging of national election studies conducted in Europe between the 1950s and the 2010s. These are, I think, all of them post-election surveys, and obviously with an eye on the time span that we are covering, different sampling strategies and survey administration strategies have been applied in the different surveys. We are talking about altogether 150 or so national election studies. The purpose of that collaborative action was to build a pan-European database of election studies comprising post-electoral interview data in order to comparatively analyze them in the present volume, but also beyond that. These data have now become available via the GESIS archive. One further case, plan of the book. Okay, we started out from the expectation that the determinants of electoral behavior, individual level determinants of electoral behavior, are the same everywhere, whilst their prominence, their strength their importance is contingent upon contextual properties of an election. And on that background, our aim was to produce a volume which focuses on the moderating effect of contexts on the determinants of electoral behavior. And talking about electoral behavior, I should say that in each chapter, we didn't just look at vote choice. We also included in our analysis electoral participation. We worked hard to produce a consistent and coherent volume. I mean, many of us are aware of the fact that there is quite a range of consistency and coherence in edited volumes. We wanted to be on the high end of this range. Coherent, in the way I use the term, it was meant to be by each chapter pursuing the same research question. And consistency was supported, we hope, by the fact that identical sets of individual level predictors of electoral participation and vote choice are employed, and the same statistical model, multi-level logic, is used in each chapter. So it is, of course, up to the reader to judge upon consistency and coherence, but we have spent quite a bit of time to come out with a consistent and coherent volume. Next slide, please. This is our figure 1.1 in the book. Here we have the three possible cross-level effects between context and the micro-level determination of electoral behavior. We obviously have focused on this central arrow, dotted bold arrow, which indicates the moderation of context between micro-level determinants and electoral behavior. There are other possibilities which we didn't pursue. I just give you an example for the arrow which connects context and determinants. Think of social change, social modernization, and the decline of partisanship. This is, I mean, there are lots of books and articles looking into this. This was none of our research interests. I mean, we have contributed to that, but not in the current volume. The other right-hand arrow, which connects contexts and individual electoral behavior, is perhaps best illustrated by reference to the economic voting literature. Here you have the context concentrating on economic growth or the lack of it, and individual electoral behavior being reduced, and here I say that voluntarily, to support or not of the government. This is more or less what, and then credit and blame and all these processes are discussed. We concentrated on the central arrow, context, moderating the effect of individual level factors on electoral behavior. Next slide, please. Okay. Promote consistency between chapters and coherence of the book. All chapters employed the same predictors of electoral participation and vote choice. This was sometimes a bit a tricky task to convince our contributors that they should actually do that, but we were quite successful in our efforts here. These predictors are obviously not new or innovative. They are drawn from the three main research traditions in electoral behavior, namely the sociological, the psychological, and the economic tradition. And we were also not free, totally free, really, in the selection of these factors, because we could only take what has been asked in numerous election studies, post-election surveys in Europe over the years and decades. Next slide, please. Thank you. What factors are these? In the case of electoral participation, we choose as an operationalization of resources, education. For social integration, we choose marital status and union membership. Political mobilization in our reasoning is indicated by partisanship or party identification. Habituation is age, and to fully model this, we also included age squared to account for the old age decline in participation. And then we use gender mostly as a control variable. If it comes to vote choice, we have fewer predictors, fewer indicators. But we must say that obviously should not come as a surprise to many. They were much more effective in explaining the vote. What we have is social background, and this case will talk about this in more detail in a minute, is a synthetic variable represented as a y-hat measure, a predicted score, and Kees will explain more about that. Partisanship, we all know that party identification, partisanship in different national election studies is measured differently. What we took here is just the basic information whether somebody identifies with or is close to a party. And then we disregarded the additional strength component, which comes with with the basic information, because this would have been too hard to post-harmonize. And then we have ideological distance measured on the left-right dimension and leader sympathy. Next slide, please. What context dimensions did we consider in the different chapters from 4 to 11? Some are kind of well known, like the state of the economy. Others, like populist competition or multi-level governance, are more kind of reflecting particular or idiosyncratic research interests of the contributors. When I say that there are some well-known contexts, I should also say that it is very rare that they have been used in the way we actually look at them and analyze them. Okay, I think, Kees, it's for you then to take over.
Thank you. Maybe still one additional comment about this slide about different dimensions of context.
Yeah.
The term context is used in comparative literature in a number of different meanings, and sometimes people refer to the context as follows. Well, the context of the British general election in 2017, which is a way in which we can speak about context, but where it doesn't specify which aspects of that particular election in that particular country do matter. If you want to call it, it's kind of a holistic reference to context. We do not do that because, of course, if we do that, then each and every election is unique and it doesn't offer a ready basis for comparison. And therefore, what we do with context is not look at it in terms of the context of a country or the context of a specific election as such, but context specified in terms of particular characteristics of that election or of that country at that moment in time. And so, in a way, this is approaching context in terms of variables rather than entire settings.
Yep.
Good. The analytical approach. As Herman just said, our interest is in analyzing moderating effects of contextual variables. And to properly do that, we use multi-level mixed effects modeling. And in those models, these moderating effects show themselves as interaction effects between the normally independent variables at the micro level that explain electoral behavior on the one hand, and the contextual variable in question on the other hand. Now, such analysis, such multi-level mixed effects modeling require that the various studies are pooled into a overall database together with information about these contexts. And that in turn, that pooling necessitates that the separate data sets can be pooled. In other words, that they have been coded in the same way and so on. Everyone who has ever dealt with comparison of different national election studies knows that generally this is not the case, in spite of the fact that they all draw on a shared body of theory and conceptualization. The way in which items are formulated, coded, the number of gradations that are being distinguished, all of that is different between different election studies, and that stands in the way of pooling data. So the first thing that has to be done is harmonization. In chapter 2, we describe in a little bit more detail than this slide a number of strategies for such harmonization, which basically are all meant to lead to separate studies being coded in such a way that they can be pooled without further ado. So that is recoding to common standards, rescaling to common ranges, and sometimes constructing what we consider to be functionally equivalent measures from items that can have been formulated quite differently in different surveys, and sometimes not only a single item but multiple items, in which case we use the first component score to arrive at such a equivalent measure. Once it is done, the studies can be pooled and we can start with the actual analytical work. Well, that is actually the simple part, because that is for electoral participation. And there it is simple because the dependent variable is basically of the same nature in all countries and in all elections. However, when we deal with a vote choice, this is not the case. One of the endemically problematic matters with comparative research of electoral behavior is that what people can vote for, what kind of what the menu is that's available for them is different between countries and over time also between elections very often. So that has to be harmonized in one way or another too, the dependent variable vote choice. And in the literature, we see this often being done by some kind of recoding, which leads to, for instance, a distinction between government or opposition parties or between left and right parties and so on. But we did not want to do that because the problem that we then encounter is that such a recoded dependent variable is very interesting for a number of other questions, but it is not anymore the choice problem. It doesn't reflect anymore the choice problem that voters find when they are confronted with the ballot. On the ballot, it doesn't say, do you vote for the government or for the opposition, or do you vote for left or right parties? It has just all the options there available. So what we do instead is we transform the dependent variable to a set of binary variables, one for each of the parties that's there, and scored 1 if somebody voted for that party and 0 in all the other cases. And in that way, each respondent will be characterized by as many rows as there are parties. And each row in your data matrix then represents a voter party dyad. Doing that is sometimes referred to as stacking the data. But once this is done, then the dependent variable is the same in all these different studies. Namely, it consists of a set of zeros and ones, zeros reflecting all the parties that people did not vote for, and 1 the party that people did vote for. But then we also have to look at the independent variables because such a transformation requires that the independent variables be defined in what's called alternative specific form. And that is sometimes straightforward. So rather than talking about the left-right position of respondents as an independent variable, we look at the left-right distance between the respondent and each of the parties. In some other situations, it requires a little bit more involved procedure that leads to the synthetic variables that Herman just referred to, which we refer to as y-hats, which basically are predicted probabilities of voting for each of the parties on the basis of a multivariate model. But once we have these predicted probabilities, they can be seen as all on not only on the same scale, but also as reflecting a variable that can be pooled. So once this is all done, the separate national election studies in this stacked form can be pooled and in that form analyzed with multi-level mixed effects logic modeling. Now, there are a few caveats about this pooling and about the resulting pooled database, which holds some 150 separate studies in total. First of all, we limit the choice options that we consider to only the relevant political parties. Sometimes there are dozens or even scores of options available to citizens, not all of which are equally important because many of them hardly get any support, and even in a survey context, sometimes no support at all. So what we do is we restrict the analysis to parties represented in national parliament and occasionally a few ones other, based on country experts' contextual knowledge, like when one knows that a party isn't yet in parliament yet, is very important in determining political and electoral processes. So that's one thing, but then we still have a very large number of parties represented in the data as such. Secondly, that even though we deal with about 150 national election studies, not all of these contain information about each and every variable that we might be interested in, or that the authors of the various chapters of the book might be interested in. So, for example, only about 100 contain information about left-right distances between respondents and parties, which means that some 50 do not. And of course, as soon as we want to use that variable, then those 50 cannot be used. Only 97 contain information about partisanship, which might strike you as odd, but nevertheless, that's what we find. About 1/3 of national election studies do not have any information, not any information about something which we could call partisanship or party identification. And now you can already imagine that if we want to have both left, right and partisanship together, we drop to a yet lower level and so on. So therefore, many of the analyses are not based on 150 some national election studies, but on a considerably smaller number. Yet that still gives us a lot of relevant information. And finally, we chose not to impute individual level data, which leads to a further reduction of cases at the individual level only, for a whole number of reasons that we spell out in the book. So that's how we did it, how we set up the data, and as we said, and we use multi-level mixed effects logit modeling. Now, what did we learn from all of this? I'll not go through all the different moderating effects that we have found, because that would be on the one hand a large catalog and on the other hand incredibly boring. But a few things are relevant to summarize in kind of broad brush terms. First of all, that individual level determinants of electoral behavior are all moderated by some variables of context. There is not a single micro level determinant of electoral behavior that is impervious to this. They are all at some moment or another affected by contextual variables. Some are affected by very many different contextual variables, others by only a few, but there is not a single one where we can say, oh, the consequences or the effects of this variable on vote choice are the same everywhere, not even within the confines of looking only at European elections. I mean, elections in Europe. So there are many suggestions that we find in the literature about such moderating effects, and a number of them we find, and moreover what we find, which is I think interesting, is that in institutions at the country level, such as compulsory voting, have not only the direct effects, which are often referred to in the literature, compulsory voting would lead to a larger number of people voting, which would be a direct effect, but they also have moderating effects. They alter the effects of individual characteristics, such as education and age and gender, etc. And basically what these moderating effects reflect is that these institutions, such as compulsory voting, have an impact on the gap in participation at elections between men and women, or lowly and highly educated citizens, and so on. We also find that disproportionality or proportionality matters, and that it alters the effects of ideological distance on vote choice. So in a number of ways, we find that direct effects, which are often speculated upon, go together with moderating effects that we focus on. When we look at economic contextual elements, we find that here too they have a number of moderating effects, particularly on the distinction between well and less well educated voters, and that in that respect what matters is not only the performance of the economy, which is say economic growth, unemployment and inflation, but also elements like income inequality and openness to trade. These are contextual variables that are relatively rarely looked upon in the literature, but we find them to be far from negligible in terms of their moderating effects. What we have when we look at these coefficients, which these interaction coefficients between a driver of electoral behavior on the one hand at the micro level and a contextual variable on the other hand, these coefficients are not directly comparable because they're all expressed in different scales. So what we do is we arrive at a index by which we can compare them, which is reflecting the conditional effects of or the moderating effects generated by context relative to the main effect of a individual level variable. Once we have that, we are in a position where we can compare across contextual variables and across micro level factors the various kinds of moderating effects that we find. So what we find then is something where we can say these contextual variables are more important and these are less important in terms of frequency of moderating effects, and these individual level drivers of electoral behavior are more, and these are less affected by such moderating effects. Now, what do we find? Where we find that, for instance, the extent to which party platforms differ between each other in terms of policy content and in terms of politicizing social divides has a great effect on the strength of individual level drivers of electoral behavior. So these party platforms together define an element of the context within which an election plays out. And they are not the same from election to election, not only between countries, but even within a single country. And so these party platforms, and also, as you see in the next bullets, the polarization between parties and party manifestos in terms of their anti-elite rhetoric, and of their ideological positioning, these elements turn out to be incredibly important in terms of moderating the relevance of individual level drivers of electoral behavior. We refer to them as the substance and style of politics. And these are things that are not stable. They're not stable for a country over time. They differ from election to election. And we find that they are highly important in making individual level drivers of electoral behavior more important or less important, depending upon which context we look at. And with that, we therefore can say, well, the kinds of context that matter most for these moderating effects all relate to this substance and style of politics. Institutional context effects are there too, but much less frequently and much less strongly. So that's one thing. At the same time, we also can say something about which micro-level factors, which micro-level determinants of electoral behavior are most affected by such moderation. And these are particularly variables in the participation domain, like age and education, and in the vote choice domain, variables such as partisanship, ideological effects on vote choice, and leader sympathy. And least affected are variables relating to social structure and social background. Together, those findings to some extent reflect things that have been speculated upon and hypothesized, but many of them are new, partly because we look at a number of context elements that have not been looked at earlier in the literature, and partly because with this matrix of all these context dimensions and these different individual level determinants of electoral behavior, we look at a wider range of possibilities of such moderation. So context matters. It matters a lot. It matters not only in terms of the direct effects that are often regarded in the literature, but they also matter, and that's what this book is about, in how they alter the importance of all these individual level drivers of electoral behavior. And I think that's the particular focus that we gave to it, and where we find a rich trove of such findings. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think I can stop sharing this.
You can stop sharing. Gail is in. So can I give the floor to Gail?
Okay. I will see if that's sharing. Can you see that screen? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, welcome everybody, and greetings from Dublin. It's a rather dull grey day here, but it's nice to see so many of you in the room on a Saturday afternoon. Although I can't actually see you, so that's a bit discombobulating as always, so do bear with me. So when Case asked me to discuss this, I did kind of inquire whether it was a book launch, which would be all about, you know, singing its praises, or a round table, and he said it was a bit of both. So there's a bit of both in this 10-minute or so presentation. Although I've probably chosen to err on the side of book launch, because rather than probing criticism, as both the book is published now, but it's also really, really enjoyable. And it has enthused me again for research away from the day job of administration. There's a huge amount to like about this book. Really very, very impressive feat. And what I really like about it is they're admirably honest throughout. There's no kind of hiding or, you know, or sweeping things under the carpet. And in the process, I think they have opened up a huge new wave of research questions. You know, one would have thought that all of the research questions, you know, or that electoral behavior, I speak as a non-electoral behaviorist, you know, was almost a finite discipline, but I've been proven wrong. there's a huge, I suppose this book should be taken as a clarion call for future work, both theoretically and empirically. It's very, very impressive. There's a lot to get to grips with. The data set alone, and I think that's, you know what I mean, that is the most impressive feat of all. The book is a showcase for it, and I think you probably have to read the, you know, the 116-page appendices and also the code book to go with the TEV data set, and Case will speak to it at the end of this presentation. But it is extraordinarily impressive. 151 election studies, 22 countries across almost 70 years, close to 2 million respondents. The book is, and I'm glad I've chosen the same word as Herman, exceptionally coherent and focused. This is not something one can say usually of an edited volume. Every chapter analyzes exactly the same data dependent variables very systematically, using the same data set. And unlike many edited books, there isn't a single rogue chapter stuffed in at the end in chapter 11 or 10, as is often the case. Along the way, you know what I mean, even though we're interested in explaining these two, you know, electoral turnout and also vote choice, there's a lot of very interesting independent variables and kind of new and key and rehabilitated measures in there. And I think people will draw on those extensively in future work. There's many of them. I've just chosen two to highlight here. Populist divergence in chapter 11, the impact of populist competition on both turnout and vote choice. And one of my favorite ones, which I don't think, Case, has ever got the credit it should, perceptual agreement. And you demonstrate yet again how important this is in chapter 10. And I think people should make more use of that particular variable. So I would say there are fascinating new avenues for research here. Many interesting questions are posed, new ideas floated. Not all of them are answered, but that's a good thing. There's still much work to be done, and any prospective PhD student in the room, or indeed any of us academics struggling to think of a new research project will find a lot of fodder here. So look, it's hard to discuss 12 separate chapters in the time given, and so I'm just going to follow on here with some broad observations and things that struck me as I read the book. And it might strike you as a little random, but hopefully in the questions and answers we can discuss them a little further. So the big theoretical question posed, I'm not sure I still have the answer, nor indeed it probably wasn't the author's intention to provide the answer. What do we mean by context? You know, the authors clearly demonstrate the moderating impact of context, but then, you know, there's a prior question of which context do we check for and when? And Case has touched on this. You know, he said the term is thrown about liberally in the literature and it's, you know, it's misused. So there's more focus here. And each chapter from chapter 4 through 11 looks at a different one. And they admit that, you know, the context they've chosen to look at in this comparative work is often driven by personal preference. Now, they're not entirely random. They're obviously kind of the big context that we like to look at. But I suppose, and you know, how do we know which context to look at in which situation without falling prey to omitted variable bias or just a subjectivity bias? How do we control for multiple contexts simultaneously? Chapters 4 through 11 look at one each. But if you looked at them all simultaneously, you'd probably end up with thick description and each lection then just being sui generis. So the ones that they do look at are listed there, and Case has listed them already, so I won't dwell on them. But there are others. You know, my own personal favorite is the nature of the information environment at the time of the election. You know, how much opinion poll availability is there, newspaper coverage to inform voters. This will vary obviously over time and across countries. And indeed, the authors themselves, you know, they touch on things that they couldn't control for obvious reasons, like social upheaval, violence, hyperinflation. And, you know, those are just a handful of ones that aren't touched on, and there are many, many more. The book doesn't claim to, and it's very honest about this, have a grand theory of context. And I suppose the question is, can we have one? You know, is it possible? But I suppose some really, really greater kind of theoretical thought to what context means is needed. And the book does say that itself at the end. And in some ways, the book is more empirical than theoretical. It is a showcase for the True European Voter data set. And some chapters are very honest, saying that they're almost atheoretical, particularly chapters 10 and 11. And that's fine. I think, you know, I mean, we shouldn't always obsess about theory. I think this empirical analysis has generated a lot of interesting questions. And chapter 12 is, I think, chapter 12 should be read by everybody. It's really a really fascinating kind of bringing together of all of the prior chapters. The big underlying empirical question, and this is by no means a criticism of the authors. In fact, they've brought comparative data research further than any of their predecessors, is why after 70 years as a discipline is our data still so bad? You know what I mean? You know, it's a little depressing to some extent. And you know, there's a nice quote there from the three editors from page 10. The most daunting obstacle for comparative studies is the qualitatively different structure of choice options across sorry, that's probably not the right quote, of choice options across party systems, but also the nature of national election surveys. And the book really, really illustrates, honestly, the state of data collection in our discipline. I suppose the question for Kate and you know, Herman, as they're here, did this really become a problem, less of a problem over time? You know, is it really that the data from the 50s and 60s is far, you know, more problematic to work with and far more limited? And I might have liked some more descriptives in earlier chapters. You know, is there hope for us going forward, I suppose? You know, are the elections that are used predominantly from the last kind of 20 or 30 years? But again, I'd like to say this empirical issue is not a criticism of the authors, but rather a state of the empirics in the discipline. And as a result, a lot of the analysis then kind of heavily, you know, draws on some of the more established wealthy democracies. There's more data from Germany and Sweden and Norway, you know, inevitably and necessarily. But on the other hand, the downside of that is, you know, as they tend to be advanced, industrial, wealthy democracies, we don't get a huge range of variation in some of the independent variables, not as much as we would like. And that's just the nature of the beast. You know, well-established, very wealthy democracies tend to pay for very good electoral studies. That's speaking as someone from a country without a funded electoral study. It's envy more than anything else. Case touched on it briefly there, but I think it, you know, the data harmonization, kind of the mind almost boggles at the monumental nature of this task. You know, all of the variables across these, you know, 22 countries and these 151 election studies had to be recoded to a common standard. You know, so, you know what I mean, you had to recode religions, you know, because not everybody, you know what I mean, Judaism or Christianity or Catholicism are not the same number. You know, it's as basic as that. Rescaling to a common range, you know, some have Likert scales that are 5 points, some have 7, some have 10, all of that. This is by no means trivial. And then perhaps the most difficult part of the data harmonization, I felt, and Case can talk about this a bit more perhaps, summarizing information from multiple items. You know, there's principal component analysis in there and oblique rotation. There wasn't a lot of detail about it in the book, but you know, I understand why. The number of items used in this procedure would vary between the original election studies, as well as the wording formulation. Not all studies included questions about things as straightforward as left, right, sympathy for political leaders, or even partisanship, and even basic demographics seem to be missing in some of the studies. I suppose, you know, I'd like to know a little bit more about the impacts. You know, I mean, these chapters didn't engage in robustness checks, and I understand why. But you know, is that information available in elsewhere? Missing data and the curse of all comparativists. You know, there's the standard missing data for individual respondents, you know, and that's always a bit of a bear. But really, here what's fascinating is missing comparable questions, sometimes even basic demographics. And this seems to be severe enough, you know what I mean? And again, is this has this got a great deal better over time, or are we still, you know, in our infancy on comparative election studies? The effect of this is that it reduced some of the data sets available for analysis in chapters by almost 2/3. You know, I'm not sure, I saw in the, maybe there's 1 or 2, but there's very few tables that use anything close to the 151 elections that are actually covered in the TEV dataset. And this, of course, necessarily impacts on statistical power and the complexity of the modeling that could be undertaking. And I'd like a little bit more on, to what extent do you think a lot of the insignificant effects are type 1 errors or something else, or can we possibly even know, you know? And, you know, I don't want this, you know, I'm expecting too much of the data, and that's not fair because the achievement is remarkable. But where, I suppose, what are the next steps? Where would you like to go forward? You know, it's a little depressing that after 70 years, this is still where we're at. These sorts of really important, nuanced questions that you address in this book are very, very difficult to answer because of the nature of the data that we have. Here I just have some illustrative examples. Basic demographic missing data. If you look, I've highlighted 3 there. Model 2, the original model, you have 145 elections by basic demographics on kind of partisanship, your marital status, and your union membership reduces that 145 to 84. Age, including age in Model 3, reduces it further to 81. What national election study left? I fear to ask, because it may have been us. I do recall that we left out religion in, I think, the 2011 election study. It was just an oversight. So apologies to the authors. Here's another one. The dependent variable here is the vote choice one. Ideological distance, kind of because a left-right scale, for instance, hasn't been included, reduces the number of elections available to analyze from the 151 to 78. Leader sympathy, reduces it further to 61, and you're losing 60% of perhaps the available data sets. Now, you know what I mean? Again, I hasten to add, this is absolutely not a criticism of this book or the authors. They've done extraordinary work in making this data truly comparative, but it's a reflection on us more broadly as a discipline. Statistical power issues, inevitably as a result of, the number of data sets available to analyze, we get some interesting kind of quirky results. Chapter 5, compulsory voting has no significant effect on participation. It's positive and in the right direction, but there's too few cases. In fact, I think there's only 1 Greek election, and as we know, to some extent, it's not even, compulsory voting is not really enforced very strongly in Greece. So can we actually really test it? Then incidentally, chapter 9 finds a negative, though not significant, coefficient for the effect of compulsory voting on participation. And I think this is really about data availability. It's not that compulsory voting depresses, participation. None of us would think that. Chapter 7 is a really interesting study, and congratulations to the authors if they're in the room, of economic context. They're found to be relatively limited. There's a whole battery of hypotheses in chapter 7, 11, but only 4 of them are supported. And I think, it's really largely about statistical power, but on the other hand, we can't know. And another thing that I'm interested in is the variation on the range of the key independent variables here. You know what I mean? So some more details on the economic measures would have helped, but like Romania is excluded from the analysis. Hungary and Estonia only have 1 observation each, and the analysis is dominated by Germany, Sweden, Norway, Iceland. So these are very, very wealthy states, you know what I mean? So how much variation was there in the independent variable? But of course, it's that old catch-22, wealth and election studies themselves are related. You can't create data from nothing. Again, causality is difficult to check. We're finding a lot of really interesting empirical patterns. And I'm not isolating anyone in particular. This is just an example I can't remember who the author of chapter 8 is, but party system stability is positively associated with a higher propensity to vote, and that won't shock anybody in the room. But there's quite a few theoretical reasons given for it. Party stability facilitates electoral mobilization. It lowers the cost of information. It diminishes the uncertainty about how parties will behave in government into the future. And to some extent, they're interrelated, but those are 3 separate causal arguments. But we kind of have an inability to differentiate with the independent variable that's available to us, which is electoral volatility, although it is, not surprisingly, found to have a very strong impact on turnout. So there's a lot of heavy lifting for 1 variable, and there's a bit of post hoc explanation in that chapter. And here's another, the book is fascinating. There's just all of this data in it. I found this in the appendix from chapter 8. It's, volatility over time. You'll be wondering what those red dots are. It's Central and Eastern European countries. So would we get the same result with, with years since democratization, if that was included in the model, GDP, or just a control for a region? So there are issues around omission variable bias, but the models can only bear so much strain because of the nature of the data that's available to us. Interestingly, and as an aside, chapter 9 finds that the only statistically significant effect for turnout is, in fact, that citizens in Central and Eastern Europe have lower rates. And again, not surprising to any of us. I'll rush through here. I may be taking too much time. Apologies. There are loads of intriguing results, and this is just kind of to whet your appetite, okay? This is from a chapter written by Stephen Weldon, Herman, and one other person whose name I've forgotten, with apologies. Here they're looking at the impact of multi-level governance and the marginal effects of EU polarization and salience on electoral participation. And greater EU polarization, you'll have to take my word for it, and Herman can expand on it perhaps, increases the likelihood that non-party identifiers participate in elections, but not identifiers, while increased EU saliency affects turnout of identifiers alone. And, you know, with all respect and true respect to the authors, they're so honest about it. We're not sure what to make of it. I love that. That's just great. You know, they don't engage in post hoc explanation. This is an empirical finding, and it will require further exploration. A lot of the way through the book, not all of the chapters do it. The marginal effects are small, and, you know, the explanatory effects of any one variable are inevitably small in electoral behavior, so that's perhaps a little unfair. And it may be the case, and I don't know, maybe Case and Herman can talk to that, that the marginal effects of context are even smaller than individual variables. So it's really, you know, that's not to say they're not important by any means. So if you look at that scale, you know what I mean, the scale's very enlarged, and the margins are very, very large, but, you know, the effects are often quite small. Just coming to an end here, intriguing results, take two. Majoritarian electoral systems decrease voter turnout, but more party system fragmentation also does. You know, that's quite interesting. And I think it touches on something Leipart found about disproportionality affecting the degree of multipartism, and multipartism in turn affecting the degree of disproportionality in his 1994 book, that sort of dual causation. But it's a little bit difficult to disentangle given the data we have. And there's moderating effects, and this is an interesting one. Herman, you said that gender was just a control, but it often turns out, as somebody who studies women in politics, I'd like some more to be kind of attention to this one. Gender, you know, it should play a featuring role. It seems to have moderating effects in the chapter on perceptual agreement, chapter 10, and also in the not being single seems to also be important in terms of the impact of the context of populist competition. So, you know, so the big conclusions. Individual, you'll be relieved, all of you who are electoral scholars in the audience, individual level attributes are still highly, highly consequential. You know, but the strength of the relationship often depends on the modeling choices and the selection of control variables, but that's the nature of political science. Context is nuanced and the effects are possibly small, but they're not irrelevant. And there's some really interesting ones. And I think the thing is that kind of the big finding for me, kind of the most startling thing, is that relates to that substance and style of politics are the most frequent moderators with the biggest impact. And, you know, as an institutionalist, I'm a bit, you know, it's a bit depressing to find that institutions, the nature of the party system, or even economic factors, not so important. But then to some extent, these, as you say, don't vary across established democracies, and the economic conditions are hard to measure. And again, we may not have a huge amount of variation. Anyway, I would like to end by congratulating the many authors in this book. I think it's a very exciting book with a lot of interesting questions to answer. And I think what you make an argument for really clearly is the need for much more explicit theories of contextual influence. How, you know, questions about how contexts themselves interact. You know, I just give two examples there. You know, how does one you give yourselves? How does the economic environment affect saliency of social divides, populist divergence? Here's another one. How does party system fragmentation affect populist competition, and vice versa? I think what the book really underscores, you know, that this should be EU infrastructural. There should be an EU infrastructural grant or money for better, more comparable data and measures across these national election studies to allow for even more complex modeling. And something that isn't mentioned in the book that I think may kind of, you know, just may help a little, maybe we should use more subnational data, because we can control for confounding institutional and cultural contexts and increase the number of cases. But, you know, that may be heresy to the authors here. And with that, I would say congratulations to you all. I really enjoyed reading the book, and I think there's so much fodder for thought here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gail. I'm going to leave the floor quickly to Ed Philhouse, because we only have roughly 5 minutes for presentation and questions. So Ed.
Okay, yeah, I will try and keep to time. And good afternoon from sunny Manchester. I'll just start by saying thank you. Oh, sorry, can you see my screen, by the way? Okay. Can you see my screen?
No.
Okay, sorry about that.
There you go.
Sorry, yeah, got my screen. Okay, so I'll just start by saying thanks to Herman and Case and Paolo for asking me to read the book and talk about it, because it was a really enjoyable read. And as somebody who's worked on kind of contextual effects in voting paper for many, many years, it was really great to read something that was original, new, and full of like really interesting stuff. So just to echo what Gail said about congratulating the authors on this, it was a remarkably good book. What I like about it, and I will say, I will come around to the kind of discussant roundtable type comments in a moment. But first of all, I'll just start with the more book launchy type observations. I thought the great things about the book was the treatment of context. Obviously, there's a really wide array of contextual variables, more than I've seen in any of the volumes, covering institutions, party systems, and the substance and style of politics, and also the economic context, like economic growth and inequality and so on. So that's a really great range. And also this unique focus on moderation. So unique, the book, as Herman described, chose to look at the conditional effects of context, which is an interesting angle, which hasn't been done so much as some of the other types of approach. I'll be coming back to that in a moment. As has already been said, the comparative data is remarkable. The job of harmonization is quite remarkable, covering 151 elections in 22 countries. In itself is a great contribution. And as you've seen, it's methodologically very sophisticated. The contributors all adopt this common approach, covering participation and choice as their outcome variables, but all using the same array of explanatory variables and so on, which in itself is an achievement. And I think the way that choice is operationalized, as the way in which Case described, by stacking the data and focusing on the choice in relation to specific characteristics of each choice, has made this whole thing possible and made it possible to compare the results across all these different countries. And I should also mention the multi-level structure as well, which obviously this takes into account the fact that you've got the dyadic level between individuals and the choice, but you've also got the individual level, the party level, the election level and the country level all to take into account. So I think the way that that's being operationalized is really great. And of course, it goes without saying, as people have already illustrated, there's lots of insightful new findings, and I'm not going to go into huge detail to repeat these. But I think interestingly, we see the many ways in which context shapes individual behavior, but we also see that contextual moderators are actually relatively rare, which in itself is quite interesting. And it does highlight the ones which are important and worth pursuing as kind of avenues of research. The couple that stood out for me were the way that electoral participation is shaped by the nature of the choices, things like the polarization of the parties, and also that the ideological distance between the parties and leader effects were both most sensitive to context at the voter level. And in terms of the reasons why you should read this book, I also fully condone what Gail said about the the way that the book is self-reflective and candid. And we didn't coordinate these comments beforehand either. But particularly reading the last chapter, many of the things that I'm going to come to now about some of the questions that it raises are actually raised by the authors in the final chapter. So that's really a good kind of critical self-awareness. So to go through some of the issues, some of the kind of more roundtable type kind of points of critical discussion, and I'll get down into the weeds a little bit here. But I'm going to start by looking at this decision to exclusively look at moderation, which was very well justified, and Herman's explained why that is the case. So I'm not going to challenge that, and I'm not going to comment on the choice of the kind of specification of the different models of choice and participation, because you could argue about that till the cows come home. But I'm going to focus on some of the more general things. So this decision to look exclusively at moderation, if we go back to the diagram that Herman showed, the focus is obviously on the green line as he described, and with respect to the other paths, the yellow line essentially looks at mediated or indirect effects, and the red line represents the direct effects. Now, I think the one thing that the reader might be legitimately interested in here is the extent to which the size of the moderated effects is actually affected by the size or the presence of these other paths in the analysis. So with regard to mediated effects, that's the yellow line, it seems logical that a contextual variable may change the distribution of the micro level variable, that's the X variable. So for example, economic performance or polarization might influence the number of partisans, and that means it will also affect the composition of the group of partisans. So if you bring in new partisans, which perhaps are less strong partisans, will this have an impact on the actual interaction that you're interested in, the green line? So are they actually separable? Can you look at one without considering the other? With respect to the direct effects, the red line, we know that if you're modeling a zero-1 outcome or a closed scale, you might get ceiling or floor effects, so essentially compression. And what you see from what that means is that you'll tend to get more inequalities when, in this case, turnout is lower than when it's higher. So this is going to have so the amount that can be explained by the moderator is going to vary. So this is actually acknowledged in chapter 1, but the implications of this is that it's not always the case that you can read off the importance of the interaction just by looking at the coefficient, the product coefficient for the interaction. So if you look at this slide from the book, this diagram from the book, it does help, in fact, to see the interaction if you actually plot the marginal effects or the predicted values. But what you see here suggests that there's a greater impact of age where economic performance is good. So we might also interpret that as an example of compression. There's a greater inequality in turnout when performance is good because turnout's lower. As turnout goes up with poor performance, turnout of older voters has little room to increase, whereas it does for younger voters. So essentially, the interaction is partly being driven by compression. And that might seem like a technical point, but given that the book is absolutely concerned with the interactions, I think it's something that's important to take into account. Now, this chart also brings me to my second point, which is that why do we always assume that the contextual effect is moderating the individual level factor and not the reverse? So in this case, the text says, we find that economic performance moderates the effect of both age and education on electoral participation. You might argue that a more plausible narrative is that the effects of the economy is conditional on age, rather than age having a greater effect when the economy is good. So the narrative there would be younger people are less established in their careers, more affected by economic fluctuations. So they pay more attention to the economic downturn. So generally, you could actually flip the logic of the cross-level interaction. So we often think about individual characteristics such as education or sophistication as moderating the effects of exogenous variables, because some groups are just more likely to be affected by them. So take another example from the book and flip the logic. Inequality matters less for degree holders because they're less affected by inequality. I think that kind of makes more sense than saying that having a degree matters more if inequality is low. It is not that the latter argument doesn't have merit, it's just that you might look at it both ways. And analytically, in terms of the model itself, I don't think it matters. It's going to be the same model. It's just that how you interpret the results and present the marginal effects. The third point is should you include versions of variables at the lowest level of their observation? So in the book, you've got variables these are contextual variables for which the country is clearly the lowest level of measurement, so they're kind of institutional level effects, whatever. But you've also got variables which are aggregated characteristics of individual voters, such as polarization, and you've got variables which are aggregated characteristics of parties, such as populism. So in other words, some variables are unambiguously measured at higher levels, but some aren't. And previous work on contextual effects suggests that you should always kind of include the lower level versions of variables to avoid mistaking mistaking contextual effects for compositional ones. So, for example, ideological polarization in the book is the mean of the respondents' individual perceptions of parties on the left-right dimension. So, do the effects reflect the extent to which individuals prefer extreme choices as opposed to making different choices in more polarized systems? And the same is true of party level variables. In some cases, it might be interesting to look at look at party level characteristics, such as how populous they are, not at the aggregated level, but also as a party level or a choice or alternative specific characteristic. So populism could be seen as a character of the choice, as well as, or instead of, the differentiation in populism being a variable at the contextual level. So basically, why should we not include these variables at the lower levels as well? Fourthly, and this is a kind of a question really for the authors, because I couldn't quite get my head around it, but in the participation models, contextual effects interacted with the voter level variables have a straightforward interpretation as a moderator, so that's fine. In the stack data, that's the choice models, the direct effects have no real meaning because everyone in the model has to vote for someone by definition, because non-voters are excluded from the choice models, I think. Therefore, we can't expect any meaningful direct effects in these models. For example, the direct effect of a contextual variable might tell us that party polarization makes you more likely to vote for someone, which is kind of meaningless because everyone votes for someone. So for the same reason that all the respondent level variables had to be converted to relate to the choice, like the y-hat variables, I think in the choice models, contextual variables only meaningfully work through cross-level interaction. So again, that's a matter of how we describe and how we interpret. And it seems like a technical point, but given the focus is on moderation, again, this seems like an important point. My last point, and I've tried to get through this relatively quickly because of the time was short. But my last point really is that one of the great strengths of this book is that the vast array of different contextual effects that are being explored. And there's also, each chapter has a different outcome. So there's a huge number of interactions, a huge number of effects being explored, and a huge number of interactions. And within each chapter, there's often quite a number of interactions all added into models at the same time. Now, having lots of interactions with the same variable can kind of make it difficult to interpret what's going on. But also, as is acknowledged in the last chapter, if you run a huge number of interaction effects, just by chance, you're going to get some that are going to be statistically significant. And I think, although, as I said, there is an exploratory kind of side to this book, not just kind of hypothesis testing. But in places, it's kind of said, well, we didn't have a theoretical basis for looking at this one, so we don't have a directional hypothesis. We just basically test it. And I think, you know, you might argue that you could look more at the focus more narrowly on some of the ones that had the hypotheses that had a theoretical expectation underpinning them. But having said that, and I acknowledge what is argued in the last chapter of the book, which is that these have opened up, and they will open up, potential new avenues of research. So all these different interactions that we see effects for will inspire people to go and look at these things in more detail. And I think that's a great strength of the book. And I think it will inspire much more research on these type of moderating contextual effects. Okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed. Can I invite Herman and Case to come back? So if you can press the blue button at the top right, so we can have you back. So Case is here. Herman, we're waiting for you. And Gail, if you want to come back as well, that would be great. In case you. So apart from we have roughly 10 minutes. We might run a bit over, but the sessions will close, so that's why it's only 10 minutes. So maybe I can just leave it to Case and Herman to respond if they want to any of the comments raised by Gail and Ed. And also, I'm going to read a question from the audience. Says, what are the scope conditions here? Established democracies, and what about regimes that are borderline? So I'll leave that to you. You have 10 minutes. I'll let you know when that time runs out. But yeah, the floor is yours.
Herman, do you start or do you want me to start?
You start.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for reading the book so carefully and with so much attention. One of the problems that we encountered in editing the book is to make a choice of what to report and what not to report. As always, we all know that once you do analysis, you have a lot more information on your table than what can be sensibly reported in the book. And so, for instance, Gail asked about questions like what are the consequences of this reduction of number of contexts because of structurally missing data. Something has not been asked in various election studies. What we did very often is, so you have this reduction of, say, one of the examples that you show, you have this reduction from 140 to 90 to 60 or something like that context for a particular analysis once you add new variables to it. Now, what we did is we reran the analysis on the 140, but then only for the 60 that were left at the end, or for the 90 that were available in this middle stage. so that we can at least see to what extent at the beginning, when we have the largest number of context available, if we were to make there the same selection of context as that's available at the end, whether that has biasing effects. Overall, the big finding is that very little. Very rarely did this have an effect, and where it did have some effects, we tried to alert the reader to that in footnotes. But the interesting thing is that so in many cases we have a problem of reducing statistical power when you lose contexts, but we do not find strong evidence of biasing effects, and so that therefore our findings might have been entirely driven by a form of selection bias. Now, this is never definitive, but we did look for that. The problem is, how do you report that without, again, adding another 30 or 40 pages to a book, and more also 30, 40 pages, which are little digestible for an audience. But you're absolutely right. We had the problem of being constrained in how much we could report, and therefore that leads by necessity or to a great number of questions to readers, like how about this and how about that, and our apologies for that. On the other hand, to the extent that it leads to questions, there is one, I think, overall redeeming factor for the project, the project being more than just a book. Anyone who has a question of, yes, but this could be different, or I expect this to be different if we were to do this or that or the other, the data are there. Not only the data are there, the syntaxes for replicating what we did are there. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that right away, within 5 minutes, you're up and running. Getting familiarized with a data set of this complexity will probably take you a day, but not weeks. Getting familiar with the structure of the syntaxes might take you 1 or 2 hours, but not days. And so replicating where we are, and from there on, changing it and showing that we're wrong or that we're incomplete or that we missed a trick or whatever, I'd welcome that. And I'd welcome that not just as a kind of flippant statement, but because our own capacity, even with all the scholars that were involved in the various chapters, is limited, and there is indeed much more to be done. So we would really hope that also among the audience of this panel, anyone says, well, this is interesting, but how about this and how about that? Many of these questions we have had playing in our own minds, but didn't have within the confines of this project the time and the opportunity to either report what we found or to execute various kind of additional questions. But please, 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 anyone who feels strongly about it, please do it. We'd help you where possible, and all the material to do so is there. Let me stop there for a moment and give Herman a chance.
Yeah, let also me say that I'm very happy about your detailed, careful reading. I mean, it would not be honest if I would say I didn't like your compliments, but I also like your questions. And perhaps to start with the boldest question, this is from Gail, and she asks for a theory of contextual moderation. I think that is indeed very important. We don't have much of that. It's not that this has been ignored throughout, but and it has been referred to some degree in the different chapters, but overall, this would be a totally new enterprise to sit back, consider what we have, and start out theoretically rather than, how do we start out? We start out with a broad perspective on the course of the discipline, right? Of the subdiscipline. That's chapter 1. So I like that, and we'll continue thinking about that. Now, they're talking about these 150 studies, not cases. It's wrong to refer them to them as cases. These are studies. The reduction of them to about half that number or less, because of the fact that, I mean, think of our independent variables at the micro level. Left-right scales have been introduced in the 70s, right? Sometime in the 70s, late 70s. So this alone means that 2 decades of election studies is left out of our focus. And yeah, older surveys are in many ways poorer. They are also in many ways of a higher quality. In the old days, random sampling was taken seriously, which is today a bit more problematic, I would say. So this is, I mean, the core of the book is not about 150 studies. The core of the book is from, I mean, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and then a bit. This is what our empirical basis really is. You raise also the question, Gail, whether these y-hats and what goes into it is comparable. And there we, as a perhaps not very powerful justification, we think, or we argued that national study directors needed to know what was important to include in their surveys in terms of social background characteristics of their respondents. Now this is, yeah, and then all of us who have been involved in survey instrumentation know that this is also a question of the resources that are available. So it's not only the good insight of the study director what to include or not, it's also a question of what he or she could afford to include. I have a number of more things which I skip now. Ed's points.
Sorry, Herman?
Yeah?
I'm afraid we run out of time for this session.
Okay.
I'm really sorry for that. Before we convene, I know Case wanted to talk about where to find the dataset, or
yeah, good. Ed, I'll come back to you in a separate conversation.
Let me please. I want, and I think probably the best way to do this is to put in the chat window of this session a few links.
Yep.
Now where are we? We're here. So this is one. This is the link to the data set or the data set both in the stacked and the unstacked form. And that is now I'm right, and the other one.
I'm showing it so people can see it.
Okay. This is if I.
And the other one is the link to the what's called online appendix, which contains the scripts or the syntax for all the analysis that are reported in the book, which also contains the contextual variables and the information for the contextual variables that have been used in the book, and which contains also for some of the chapters a number of additional results that were not reported in the book. So if you're interested in whatever chapter, whether it is chapter 4 or chapter 11 or whatever, you go to the relevant section of this online appendix and you find there, yes, if you still go down a little bit, please. Yes, so here you see the setup. Here you see the syntax of the analysis that were done in chapter 3. You can copy that and paste that into your syntax window of, in this case, Stata. You have the dataset from the other link, and you are up and running. Some of the syntaxes are in Stata, some are in R, and a few are in MLWin. This reflects differences in the familiarity of the various author teams with different software. But in principle, that should not make much of a difference.
Good. Let me.
So those two links are crucial. They are also mentioned in the book, of course. And as I said earlier, if the book raises questions, I hope it also gives some answers, but particularly it gives a guideline for how to perhaps think about those questions, and then with the links gives you a road to the material to help you yourself also continue with that. We know very well that this enterprise has its limitations, and there are lots of things mentioned by Ed and by Gail that we are aware of, and some of those have been reflected in the discussion in the concluding chapter. Not all of them, but hey, I think at this moment we take the perspective that we don't sit down in sadness for what we didn't do, but we rejoice in what we did do. And we hope to contribute to it ourselves in other publications, but we also hope to find lots of other publications from others who hopefully find somewhere here in positive or in negative form an inspiration to continue with this.
Thank you very much, Kees. And thank you very much to Herman, to Edward and Gail for the participation. And
you are not audible.
Am I not?
Yes, you are.
Oh, maybe Kees is not
yes.
listening to me. So thank you very much for everything for this session. It was a really interesting talk, a really interesting book. I also left the link there for those who would like to get a copy of it. I left it in the chat. So thank you very much. In 8 minutes, we're going to have the last bunch of panels. So make sure that you get there. If John Kurtz is still here, Brexit 3 is happening at 3:30, and then later we're going to have the launch of the general election 2019 book. So see you all there.